In the valley of Grimwood, where mist clung to every gnarled oak and whispers of unseen spirits drifted through the twilight air, there stood a grand manor of crimson stone and black timber. Its owner, Magistrate Leonid Korovin, was known far and wide as the most ruthless official in all of the realm. Even before he held office, tales of his cruelty and cunning had spread like wildfire. Now, with the title of magistrate in hand, he used his power to squeeze every coin from the peasants of Grimwood and its neighboring hamlets. Under his rule, the people lived in constant fear of his capricious whims. A single misstep or a whispered rumor could land a poor farmer in shackles, or even lead to a gruesome death in the village. Square. Korovin was a man in his early 50s, though he appeared older, his frame gaunt from years of indulgence in opium and the richest fare. Despite piles of rare herbs, the finest ginseng, and imported delicacies that his first wife, Elora, procured on his behalf, his skin remained pallid, his cheeks hollow, and his skeletal fingers forever tapped a restless rhythm on the arms of his carved ebony seat. When he walked the halls of his manor, his long coat of midnight blue velvet billowed behind him like the wings of some sinister bird, and his raven black hair, streaked with premature silver, framed a face that never knew mercy. Though Korovin had amassed wealth and status beyond measure, he remained a figure of terror rather than respect. The manor itself was a testament to his ambition: towering turrets, stained glass windows depicting victories of the Korovin line, and black iron gates that clanged ominously whenever opened. Surrounding the manor, the fields of Grimwood lay fallow, the villagers too afraid to work their land without paying tribute. Those who resisted or failed to meet his steep tax demands often found themselves beaten in the courtyard, bound with spiked iron collars, or worse, paraded through town in stocks as a public example of Korovin's wrath. Inside the manor, few dared to breathe without permission. The household staff lived in perpetual dread. Any missed footfall, any incorrectly folded tapestry, any suggestion of sloppiness would result in furious lashings from the magistrate's guards. Yet beneath Korovin's iron fist, his first wife, Elora, existed in a tragic paradox. Once celebrated as the fairest maiden in Grimwood, her beauty now bore the marks of sorrow. Her skin, once luminous and warm, grew paler with every passing season. Lines of worry creased her forehead, and her once bright eyes now flickered with haunted apprehension. Despite bearing no children of her own, she devoted every ounce of her kindness to the villagers, offering what meager aid she could gather: loaves of bread, blankets for winter, and small pouches of medicinal herbs, risking her status if Korovin learned of her generosity. Elora had been born into a lesser noble family of the neighboring county. When she married Korovin 14 years ago, rumors swirled that she had done so for her family's benefit, though she genuinely believed she could soften his heart, bring light into his shadowed soul. Her attempts, however, only earned her cold indifference at best, and cruel mockery at worst. She bore the burden of his cruelty in silence, clinging to the single hope that he might one day change. Their only child, a daughter named Selene, had perished in infancy, and Elora's grief had only deepened Korovin's bitterness. In the days following Selene's death, he began to avoid his wife altogether, retreating to his private chambers where he surrounded himself with tomes of dark lore and indulged in the opiate dens that he kept concealed within the manor's stone passages. Elora, for her part, buried her sorrow in endless caring for the poor and the sick, devoting herself to the betterment of the people whom her husband tormented. It was during one such outing to the impoverished settlement of Oakfen, a cluster of dilapidated cottages 10 miles down the winding road, that Elora discovered a child who would change the fate of their household forever. Deep within the forest, near the crumbling mausoleum of an ancient warlord, she found a girl no more than 8 years old, dressed in ragged clothing and clinging to the torn sleeve of a beggar woman. The child's skin was exceptionally pale, her dark eyes unusually large, and her hair a shroud of midnight silk that fell to her waist. When Elora spoke to her, the girl's voice, soft yet oddly melodic, echoed in the hush of the woods, and though the forest was thick with the shriek of night insects, the air around the girl felt unnaturally still. The beggar woman, a hunched crone named Elda, claimed the child was an orphan whose parents had perished in a fever. She pleaded with Elora to take the girl under her protection, to spare her from starvation and the cruelty of the world. Elora, moved by compassion and guided by a mother's instinct she thought long silenced, instantly took the child in her arms and brought her to the manor. She named the girl Lyra, a name meaning light in the darkness, and vowed to give her a safe home within the vast, foreboding walls of Corobin Manor. But Lyra was no ordinary orphan. Even on her first night beneath the vaulted ceilings of the manor, strange occurrences began, the flickering of lamplight in the hallways, whispers that thrummed through the walls like distant echoes, and a chill that seemed to follow Lyra everywhere she went. Servants who dared approach her claimed they could see faint, silvery threads of mist swirling around her footsteps, threads that vanished the moment they drew close. Elora, noticing her adopted daughter's keen awareness, often found Lyra gazing into dark corners with an intensity that seemed to pierce the veil between worlds. As Lyra settled into her new life, it became clear she possessed a gift and a burden. She could hear the murmurs of the departed, catch glimpses of apparitions in the reflective surfaces of the manor's many mirrors, and feel the sorrow of restless souls who wandered the shadowed corridors at midnight. At first, Lyra was frightened by these visitations, phantom footsteps in empty passages, voices calling her name from hidden alcoves, and the whisper of a lullaby echoing in her ear when she lay alone in her bed. Yet Elora comforted her, teaching her to treat each spirit as she would a living person, with respect and compassion. The villagers whispered that Lyra was touched by the old magic of Grimwood, a descendant of the wraith-touched clans who once dwelt in the valley. Though some feared the child, believing her to be a harbinger of death, Elora refused to abandon her. Instead, she shielded Lyra from Corobin's wrath, hiding her in the eastern wing of the manor, where cracks in the stone walls let in the pale glow of dawn and insulated her from the magistrate's less savory interests. It was in that wing lined with shelves of dusty tomes, alchemical vials, and jars of dried herbs where Lyra learned to nurture her gift. She spent hours poring over Elora's carefully selected volumes on herbal remedies, spiritual lore, and arcane traditions. From these scribbled pages, she understood that the spirits drawn to her presence remained tethered by unfinished business or tragic fates. Each night, she would sit by a candle's flicker and whisper soothing words to unseen figures, promising to relay their messages to the living, or to help lay them to rest. Yet within the manor's shadows, there lurked darker forces. Corobin's second wife, Lady Myrelda Duvant, was a younger woman of striking beauty, with hair as pale as moonlight and a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. She had been smuggled into Korovin's bedchamber after Ellara's grief-stricken withdrawal from courtly life. Whereas Ellara radiated empathy, Myrelda thrived on manipulation and cruelty. She viewed the manor and everyone in it as pawns in her ceaseless quest for influence. When she learned of Lyra's abilities, suspicion and malice twisted her heart. She saw not a child to be protected, but a potential rival, a threat to her status as Korovin's favored consort. Myrelda's contempt for Ellara was no secret. She mocked her stolid kindness, the way she tended to the sick and fed the poor, calling it sentimental folly. When Korovin was absent on official business, Lady Myrelda ruled the manor with an iron will. She tormented the servants mercilessly, strictly enforcing every rule, imposing arbitrary fines, and forcing the staff to attend her nightly soirees of gambling and wine. Any hint of dissent was met with swift, savage retribution. Servants could expect to wake the next morning bruised, their meager savings confiscated, or worse, left destitute at the manor gates with a mocking coin tossed in their hands. To keep Lyra hidden from Myrelda's jealous eye, Ellara created a secret alcove behind a false bookshelf in the eastern wing, a modest chamber lit by stained glass windows depicting scenes of dawn breaking over misty mountains. There, Lyra slept on a simple cot, protected from Myrelda's cruelty. By day, Lyra learned from Ellara how to brew herbal salves to ease the suffering of Grimwood's villagers. By night, she communed with the spirits, guiding them toward peace. Word spread that a benevolent healer girl resided within Korovin Manor, though few connected her kindly deeds with the dark rumor of a child born under a blood moon. On a moonless evening, as autumn winds rattled the newly cooled bones of the fading year, Lyra received a particularly urgent visitation. The spirit, a woman draped in tattered bridal gowns, her eyes empty wells of sorrow, stood beyond the threshold of Lyra's alcove. The lantern flickered violently, and the candles guttered like dying hearts. The bride gestured with a pale, quivering hand toward the east wing's barred window. Lyra recognized the woman's face from the household rumors. She was Lady Serenya Marswell, Korovin's first wife, though in truth, Serenya had never existed in the living world. She was a phantom born of the magistrate's earliest transgressions, a victim of a secret murder covered up by Korovin years ago, a crime none but the spirits of the dead remembered. Terrified yet resolute, Lyra extended a trembling hand toward the ghostly figure. Serenya's lips moved, forming a silent plea: reveal the truth, expose Korovin's darkest sin, and the restless spirit would finally be freed. Lyra's heart clenched. Though she feared what such an act would unleash her adoptive mother's fragile safety, the fragile peace she had built, even Ellara's life itself, she knew she could not remain silent. In her chest, her grandmother had told her, the light of conscience must guide her through darkness. As the first light of dawn crept through the stained glass windows, casting fractured rainbows on the dusty floor, Lyra made her silent vow: she would unravel the layers of deceit that bound Grimwood's suffering, even at the risk of incurring the magistrate's wrath. For every spirit that haunted her dreams, for every peasant broken by Korovin's greed, she would be their voice. Unbeknownst to Lyra, her decision would set in motion a series of events more perilous and wondrous than any she had ever imagined. The manor walls themselves would tremble as the secrets buried beneath centuries of cruelty began to stir. And within the darkest corridors, where power and corruption met, the unseen threads of fate would twist, weaving a tapestry of vengeance, redemption, and the kind of magic only a child touched by the veil between life and death could muster. Thus began the first chapter of a tale that would echo across Grimwood and beyond, a story of a ruthless magistrate, a gentle-hearted wife, a vengeful second consort, and a gifted child destined to shake the foundations of a kingdom built on fear. In the heart of Corobin Manor, the dawn of reckoning had arrived. In the days following Lyra's solemn vow, Corobin Manor seemed to breathe with a restless energy. The grand halls, usually silent except for the distant echo of guards' footsteps, now hummed faintly with the secrets stirring beneath every floorboard. Magistrate Leonid Corobin, his robes darker than the midnight sky, paced his private study at ungodly hours, unaware that his precious grip on power was already slipping through his calloused fingers. One evening, as the last golden hues of sunset drained from the windows of the great hall, Corobin summoned his most trusted aide, Captain Roderick Blackthorne. The captain, a hulking man with a perpetual scowl etched on his weathered features, stood at rigid attention before the magistrate's mahogany desk. Corobin's voice was low, a rumble that sent shivers through the captain's spine. Captain Blackthorne, Corobin began, his eyes glinting with barely contained fury, I have heard unsettling rumors. Whispers that one of my own ghosts walks the halls again, Saren Yamar's well. I want you to find any trace of her specter, and if possible, dispel it before it gnaws at my reputation. Blackthorne bowed stiffly. Your will is my command, Magistrate Corobin. I will scour every nook of this manor until no shade remains unchecked. With that, the captain turned on his heel and strode from the chamber, the echo of his boots marking a grim promise. He would do whatever it took to protect his master's secrets. Meanwhile, in the hidden alcove behind the false bookshelf, Lyra trembled as the last shards of dawn fractured across the stained glass panes. Overnight, the weight of Saranya's plea had settled upon her chest like a heavy stone. She knew she could not ignore the phantom bride's sorrowful entreaty. Doing so would condemn Saranya's spirit to eternal unrest and solidify Corobin's hold over the valley of Grimwood, perpetuating the cycle of fear and cruelty. Lyra had spent every stolen moment since the visitation researching old ledgers and dusty manuscripts at the manor's library. By candlelight, she unraveled scraps of evidence, accounting books with suspicious entries, cryptic notes in Saranya's elegant handwriting, and a hidden letter in Elara's care that spoke of a secret disagreement between Corobin and his first wife. The letter hinted at a scandal involving gold meant for the villagers' gold that, in Saranya's final hours, she threatened to redirect toward relief efforts instead of Corobin's coffers. What followed was never documented, but the absence of official records for Saranya's final day painted a damning portrait. Leonid Corobin had silenced her, burying the truth deeper than even the valley's thickest roots. That morning, Lyra crept out of her alcove, cloak drawn tight against the autumn chill, and paused at the foot of the tall spiral staircase leading to the attic, an area Corobin rarely visited. The captain's men had been stationed in the lower levels, patrolling the corridors, but the attic remained largely unexplored, save for dusty relics and lumber piled in disarray. Lyra climbed the steps two at a time, her heart pounding like a war drum, and paused before a trapdoor hidden behind a tapestry depicting the Corobin family crest, a raven perched on a field of blood-red roses. With trembling fingers, she pushed it aside and ascended into the attic's gloom. Candles flickered in iron sconces as she stepped into the room the ghostly light revealed. At the center lay a faded portrait of Serenya in her wedding gown, her eyes dull but defiant. Beneath it, a small wooden chest bore the seal of Marswell, a silver crescent moon cradled within a wreath of night bloom flowers. Lyra knelt before the chest, fumbling with the latch until it sprang open, revealing a handful of folded papers. Carefully, she spread them on the dusty floor, Serenya's personal journal, each page filled with intricate script. Lyra read passages describing Serenya's despair at Leonid's growing tyranny and her determination to divert funds toward the famished townsfolk. The final entry ended abruptly, "Tonight, I fear the walls have ears. I am a bride without a veil, a raven plucked of goodwill. May the spirits bear witness to my plea, protect Elora, protect the child I carry in my heart." Tears stung Lyra's eyes. Serenya's words swirled with love for Elora and a desperate hope that her sacrifice would not be in vain. Lyra closed the journal and tucked it under her arm. She had proof of Korovin's treachery. Now the question was how to reveal it without endangering those she loved. Downstairs, Elora rose before sunrise, stirring fragrant herbs in a copper kettle to prepare healing teas for the villagers. Each morning, she carried baskets of porridge and salves to the poor settlement of Oakfen, blissfully unaware of Lyra's nighttime investigations. Her heart brimmed with hope. Lyra's presence had sparked renewed kindness among some of Korovin's lesser minions, who began offering small donations to Elora's cause. But Elora had sensed a gathering storm. Korovin's displeasure simmered just beneath the surface whenever she prepared her charitable offerings. Still, she trusted in her daughter's strength and the goodness that lay buried in the hearts of their neighbors. That afternoon, as a golden haze settled over the oak trees lining the manor driveway, a visit from the local apothecary, Gustav Fenwick, brought word of a stranger in town. The man, robed in dark leather and an amulet of polished black stone around his neck, had claimed to be a collector of rare manuscripts. Gustav had refused him entry to Elora's collection, sensing something out of balance in the stranger's gaze. Intrigued, Elora gently took Gustav's hand and assured him that she would meet this visitor in her study to assess his intentions. In her chamber, lined with herbs hanging from the rafters and shelves holding Elora's cherished tomes, Lyra felt the air press around her like a living thing. She knew this man, his presence had followed her in dreams, a figure shrouded in shadows, eyes that glowed like embers. She had glimpsed him watching her through the slanted window of her alcove, but when she blinked, he had vanished. Now he stood at the threshold, tall and silent, his hood drawn low over his brow. His lips parted in a crooked smile as Elora invited him into the room. "Madame Elora Korovin," the stranger intoned, his voice smooth as polished obsidian, "I am called Ambrose Vale. I seek knowledge and truth, and I have heard whispers of a child with extraordinary gifts who dwells in these halls." His gaze flicked to the ornate cradle empty since Lyra's arrival. Then he fixed on the hearth's embers as if recalling past flames. "They say she communes with spirits. Is it true that this gift might unveil secrets long buried?" Elora's hand tightened on her tea cloth. She studied the man's face, a man whose eyes seemed to pierce through layers of pretense. I know of no stranger who claims such knowledge, she replied, though her voice wavered. My daughter, Lyra, is but a gentle healer. Spirits, you say? I have seen those she shepherds to rest, but nothing more. Ambrose's lips curved into a slight, satisfied nod. May I see her? The hush that fell over the room felt heavier than any silence Elora had known. She hesitated, torn between protecting Lyra's secret and acknowledging that the time had come to find allies against Korovin's tyranny. Before Elora could respond, a quiet knock sounded at the door. Lyra slipped into the room, her cloak torn at the hem, her cheeks flushed from her hurried ascent of the attic stairs. Her eyes widened at the sight of Ambrose's veil. Instinctively, she darted between her mother and the stranger, her hand drifting to the locket resting at her throat, an heirloom Serenya had left behind. What is this? Lyra asked, her voice steady but laced with warning. Ambrose inclined his head, his gaze softening as he focused on Lyra. Child, do not fear. I seek to aid you, and to uncover the truth of your mother's visions. The spirits speak to me as well, and they warn of a great darkness that festers within this manor. Lyra frowned. She had never heard mention of Ambrose's reputation, if indeed he had one, but something in the way he spoke resonated with the echoes of Serenya's journal. She stepped back, considering. Elora, for her part, recognized that this man could be a lifeline in a sea of deception. Very well, Elora said, directing her gaze to Lyra. Trust is not given lightly, but I believe you sense this man's purpose. Ambrose offered a respectful bow. Then I am honored. I have studied phantoms, arcana, and ancient pacts. Together, we might unravel the threads binding Serenya's spirit to this world. As candlelight flickered in the stained glass, Lyra carefully extracted Serenya's journal from her cloak. She settled by a narrow window and began to read aloud the final entry, the words hanging in the air like a curse, "May the spirits bear witness." Ambrose's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Elora reached out, steadying her daughter's hand as if offering a shield against the storm to come. Outside, beyond the manor's iron gates, the people of Grimwood toiled in the fields, unaware that the winds of change had begun to stir. Already, some wagging tongues said that Magistrate Korovin appeared glum these past days, his once glowing vigor waning. The soldiers he had sent to apprehend phantoms found only empty corridors and doors bolted from within. The fog seemed to thicken, coiling around the manor like a protective barrier, as if the spirits of Grimwood whispered their solidarity with Elora and Lyra. That night, under a sky battered by a late autumn storm, Lyra, Elora, and Ambrose convened in the hidden alcove, surrounded by the soft glow of enchanted lanterns set to reveal spectral auras. Ambrose unfurled an ancient scroll, its parchment brittle and ink-faded, depicting a ritual to sever the bond between a murdered soul and the realm of the living. According to Ambrose's knowledge, Serenya's spirit could only be laid to rest if the truth of her murder was exposed to the light publicly, before the entire court of Grimwood. Elora's eyes widened in fear. If they unraveled Korovin's secret, the magistrate would surely crush them. Does this mean we must present this evidence before him? In the great hall, beneath those very beams?" she asked, her voice trembling. Ambrose nodded gravely. "Indeed. The spirits demand justice in the sight of all. Only then will Serenya's ghost be freed from her torment, and Korovin's power be undone." Lyra closed her eyes, steeling herself. The weight of responsibility pressed on her slender shoulders, but she knew they could not waver. She saw in Ellora's eyes the same spark that Serenya had held so many years ago, a yearning for mercy and redemption. As the thunderclaps rattled the manor's rafters, the trio began their clandestine preparation. Lyra would use her gifts to gather proof. She must travel to Serenya's true burial site in the heart of Grimwood's ancient oak forest, retrieve a token Serenya's funeral wreath and bring it back as tangible evidence of her death. Ambrose would gather loyal scholars and sympathetic guards willing to stand against Korovin. Ellora, though torn between fear and hope, would marshal what support she could muster among the peasants, its people ready to rise if they saw the magistrate's crimes laid bare. In that moment, the hidden alcove, alight with spectral flicker, seemed less a place of refuge and more a beacon of rebellion. With one final attuned breath, Lyra nodded to her mother and their stranger ally. "I will go at dawn," she said, her voice resolute. "For Serenya, for all the dead, and for the living who suffer under Korovin's reign." Ellora placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder, pride and worry warring in her expression. Ambrose, stepping back, gathered his dark cloak around his lithe frame, his obsidian amulet glinting sinisterly in candlelight. "Go with the spirits at your side, child," he intoned. "And may their whispers guide you safely through the forest's depths." As midnight gave way to a blue-black dawn, Lyra slipped from the manor gates with nothing but a satchel of provisions, the leather-bound journal of Serenya tucked within. In her heart, she carried Ellora's fierce love and Ambrose's promise of aid. And behind her, the manor once a fortress of cruelty stirred with uncertainty. For when a single ghost dares to tell the truth, even the mightiest heart of stone can begin to crack. Thus, under a sky heavy with premonitions and raindrops, the second chapter of Lyra's journey began, a quest through Grimwood's misted woods to unearth a bride's final wish, a revolt against a tyrant's iron rule, and the gathering of forces both living and dead to conquer a darkness that had held sway for far too long. Lyra slipped beyond the curve of Korovin Manor just as the first pale rays of dawn tipped the horizon. Her satchel hung heavily at her hip, containing Serenya's journal, a small sheaf of herbs Ellora had pressed and dried, and a slender knife with a mother-of-pearl hilt, an heirloom Serenya had once worn. The forest road wound beneath rows of oaks whose trunks, gnarled and ancient, bent toward one another as if conspiring. A gray mist curled through their roots, softening the world to a ghostly quiet. Each step Lyra took seemed to echo in the hush, as if the land itself waited with bated breath. She paused at the edge of the clearing, inhaling the damp air and reciting a prayer Serenya's journal contained. "Spirits of the earth and of the unseen, guide my path and whisper truth in my ear." The words felt alive, humming on her tongue, and for a moment the leaves rustled, though there was no breeze. In that instant, she sensed the faintest touch of Serenya's presence, a cool, silver thread that slipped around her wrist, urging her forward. Venturing deeper into the oak wood, Lyra passed through a threshold of bracken and thorn. The path narrowed until it was less a trail and more a memory of footsteps long forgotten. Roots twisted across the ground like sleeping snakes, their dark forms revealed only by the glint of dew. As she walked, Lyra heard distant murmurs, whispers of the restless dead. They spoke in voices that barely rose above the sigh of breathing pines, calling her name in syllables only she could discern. She recognized these voices, villagers who had perished in Korovin's fields, laborers crushed under burden, and those whose only crime was speaking truth. Their presence drew her onward, toward the center of the forest, where the veil between worlds thinned. Her first true challenge arrived when the sun was still a pale disk behind clouds. Ahead, a circle of toadstools arranged in perfect symmetry encircled an enormous oak whose bark was mottled with silvery lichen. At its base lay weathered stones carved with runes Lyra had seen in Ambrose's scrolls, ancient markers of old magic. She knelt and traced her fingers over the runes, murmuring a phrase taught by Ambrose: "Reveal the hidden, open the way." The stones glowed faintly beneath her palm, and the ground trembled. From the oak's roots, a low rumble sounded as the earth split, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Hard pounding, Lyra drew the slender knife from her belt and let its tip trace the light streaming down from above. She descended, each step stirring motes of dust that danced like tiny sparks. The air grew colder, the scent of damp earth replacing the forest's musky perfume. At the bottom, she arrived in a cavern veined with silver quartz that reflected her lantern's flame in dancing patterns. The chamber's walls were etched with scenes, ghostly silhouettes of villagers bowing before a regal woman in bridal robes. Beside her stood a younger Leonid Korovin, eyes hard with ambition. Lyra recognized these images from Serenya's journal: the night of betrayal, the hush of betrayal, the hidden altar where Serenya perished. In the chamber's center lay a stone dais where a funeral wreath of ivy, moonflowers, and dried rose petals rested. Lyra held her breath. The wreath's flowers glowed with ethereal light, tendrils of mist coiling between them like living threads. As she reached to lift it, a chill wind swept through the cavern. From the shadows stepped a figure clad in tattered finery, a man with eyes of coal and a mouth curled in contempt. It was Agent Basilis, Korovin's chief enforcer and hunter of supernatural threats. He carried a crossbow in one hand, loaded with a bolt tipped in silver. "You cannot take it," Basilis rasped, his voice echoing. "Magistrate Korovin has bound this wreath to his fate. He will not allow it to be removed." Lyra's pulse drummed in her ears. She remembered Ambrose's warning: Basilis was not merely a soldier but a man who had turned his soul over to dark arts. Yet she stood firm. "This wreath belongs to Serenya Marswell. Her spirit demands I return it to Elora and the people of Grimwood." Basilis narrowed his eyes. He raised the crossbow and fired. The bolt sailed toward Lyra in a blur. In that instant, a pale figure coalesced at Lyra's side, Serenya herself, spectral and luminous. She raised a trembling hand, and the bolt curved midair, striking bravely into the cavern's wall where it shattered into dust. Serenya's ghostly form flickered, then fixed on Basilis with a look so full of sorrow and rage that the man staggered. "You bound my soul in death," she whispered, voice like the distant chime of a funeral bell. "Now I serve justice." Vasilis reeled, clutching his throat, as a cascade of pale light streamed down from the quartz-veined ceiling. He fell to his knees, eyes widened with fear, and collapsed. His dark power seemed to unravel in that beam, and soon he lay motionless, a husk drained of vitality. Lyra knelt, pressing a palm to his chest. The man's breath was shallow, alive but broken. She turned her gaze back to the dais, brushed her fingers over the wreath, and lifted it gently. Wearing it like a circlet, she felt the warmth of Serenya's gratitude swirl around her. Rising, Lyra retraced her steps through the staircase, the wreath's flowers faintly glowing beneath the dank stone. As she surfaced beneath the oak, the toadstools and runes returned to their unassuming forms, the forest's hush restored. Serenya's presence remained until Lyra crossed the circle's threshold, then faded like mist at sunrise. Lyra pressed a hand to her heart, the weight of the wreath settling there. She felt changed, no longer just a child guided by spirits, but a living link between the dead and the living. On the way back to the manor, Lyra encountered a wounded doe caught in a hunter's snare. Its leg dangled at an awkward angle, its chest heaving with fear. The poor creature's eyes met Lyra's, and she felt a pang of compassion stronger than any spirit's whisper. She knelt and used her knife to carefully cut the rope, murmuring words Serenya had taught her to soothe pain. When the doe staggered to its feet, its leg bleeding but no longer bound, it nuzzled Lyra's hand briefly before disappearing into the underbrush. In that moment, Lyra sensed a current of gratitude from the forest itself, as if the land acknowledged her courage and kindness. Returning to Korovin Manor under dusk's amber light, Lyra found Elora waiting at the eastern gate, flanked by two of Ambrose's loyal companions, Jarek, a scholar with a gentle smile, and Captain Rowan, a soldier once loyal to Korovin who had grown disillusioned by the magistrate's cruelty. Their relief was evident when they saw Lyra emerge, triumphant yet weary. Elora rushed forward, gathering her in a fierce embrace. "You carry hope in your hands, my child," she whispered. "You have fulfilled half the vow." Lyra handed her mother the wreath. Elora's fingers trembled as she took it in. "This belongs to her," Elora breathed, recalling the stories of Serenya's kindness and courage. "We must present it to the people, show them the truth. But first, Ambrose, how do we use this?" Ambrose stepped forward, his eyes reflecting the pale glow of the wreath. "Serenya's wreath must be laid at the foot of the Great Hall's dais, before Korovin. Her spirit will bind him with the weight of his crime. When the crowd sees the symbol, her rightful place among them, they cannot help but demand justice. Yet be warned, Korovin's fury will be beyond measure." Captain Rowan nodded. "I have arranged for a crowd of villagers to gather this evening under the pretense of Elora's nightly relief distribution. They will be positioned in the courtyard. When we bring Serenya's wreath forth, they will see the seal of the Marswell name and know what has been done in secret." Elora's eyes shone with determination. "Then let no moment be lost. We go now." Together, Lyra, Elora, Ambrose, Jarek, and Rowan ascended the long drive to the Great Hall. Torches lined the path, each flame dancing in the evening breeze. At the entrance, a hushed crowd of villagers stood, mothers with infants at their bosoms, weary farmers clutching empty bowls, elderly couples clad in threadbare coats, and even some of Korovin's own. Servants' eyebrows raised with hope. Korovin appeared on the dais, grand and imposing, his cloak dragging like a shadow at his feet. Behind him, Lady Myrelda hovered, eyes slitted with contempt. At his side stood Captain Blackthorn, ever watchful. The moment Korovin's gaze swept the courtyard, his lips curled into a confident smile, he believed his grip on power unassailable. Elora stepped into the torch's glow, leading Lyra by the hand. The crowd fell silent, expectation humming through the air like static. Lyra felt the wreath's petals tremble in her grasp. Serenya's spirit, restless until this final act of truth, pulsed through the wreath like a heartbeat. Elora addressed the magistrate in a voice clear enough for all to hear. Leonid Korovin, you stand here adorned in authority, yet your hands are stained with betrayal. This wreath once laid upon the bier of Serenya Marswell knows the secret of your crime. Present to the living her final wish. Korovin's smile faltered. Elora, my dear, what game is this? I see nothing but a child and her mother carrying weeds in the dusk. At that, Lyra stepped forward, placing the wreath before Korovin's feet. The flowers seemed to glow, reflecting the torchlight in iridescent hues. A hush fell so deep that even the crackle of the torches was swallowed. Then, as if in answer to Elora's proclamation, a pale wind swept through the courtyard. Serenya's ghost materialized above the dais, her bridal gown billowing like a wave of moonlight. Her eyes, once dull in Lyra's visions, now blazed with righteous fury. You killed me so you might reign, Serenya's hollow voice rang out, echoing against stone. This blood-stained throne you occupy is built upon the bones of lies. Now the people know, he is guilty. A gasp swept across the villagers. Mothers clutched their children close, farmers dropped to their knees, and even Korovin's soldiers stepped back, unwilling to meet the bride's accusing gaze. Korovin himself stumbled, his composure crumbling as the torchlight flickered in his eyes. Myrelda flinched, her face paling as the ghost turned toward her before plunging her gaze back to Korovin. For my sake, and for the sake of all you have wronged, Serenya continued, let justice be wrought. I forgive you not, Leonid Korovin. Yet I ask that my memory be honored, my kindness remembered. End this cycle of pain. With that, Serenya's form began to fade, drifting upward as a single white feather broke from her hair and floated to land on the wreath. A collective breath exhaled through the crowd. Korovin's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the dais. The torches winked and dimmed as though powerless before the truth now blazing like wildfire. Elora rushed to her husband's side, though she knew her compassion meant little to a tyrant at this moment. Lyra stepped forward, her youthful voice steady. People of Grimwood, you have seen what no ledger can hide, the truth of Serenya's fate. Magistrate Korovin's cruelty ends tonight. A roar rose from the villagers, fueled by years of suffering finally given voice. Justice! They cried, pounding their fists on torches and benches. Justice for Serenya. Justice for ourselves. Captain Rowan moved swiftly, ordering Korovin's guards to stand down. Blackthorn, his face shadowed, hesitated, torn between loyalty and the conviction in the villagers' cries. Finally, he lowered his weapon. "It is done," he muttered, voice thick with remorse. As the gates swung wide, villagers poured into the manor's courtyard, surrounding the dais and the fallen magistrate. Elora clasped Lyra's hand tightly, tears of relief and sorrow mingling on her cheeks. Ambrose and Jarek took positions at the dais steps, ensuring that no harm would befall the witnesses of this reckoning. Korovin, pale and trembling, raised a hand in a final gesture toward Lyra. You have broken my power," he whispered, voice cracked. "But know this, the land itself will thirst for revenge." Lyra met his gaze, unflinching. "Only if the living allow it. But I choose compassion for you, for my mother, for Grimwood." She turned to meet Serenya's likeness once more, though the spirit was now gone. As villagers removed Korovin's insignia from the dais, Elora stepped forward to address the crowd. "Tonight, we reclaim our village, not for vendettas but for rebuilding. We honor Serenya's memory by restoring the land she loved. We vow to protect one another. Let no tyranny ever rise again in Grimwood." A collective cheer rose, halting only when a distant trumpet sounded an official signal that the Valley Court, having received word of these events, was preparing to dispatch a new steward to oversee justice in Korovin's absence. This moment marked the beginning of a new era, one where the voices of the living and the dead converged to ensure that truth and mercy endured. As torches were carried away and villagers filed out into the night to celebrate and rebuild, Lyra, Elora, Ambrose, Jarek, and Rowan shared a quiet moment beneath the moonlit sky. The wreath lay between them, its flowers now pale white, as if restored to life by Serenya's peaceful release. Ambrose clasped Lyra's shoulder gently. "You have done more than you know, child. Your courage has woven light where darkness reigned." Lyra smiled tiredly. "It was never mine alone. Serenya guided me, Elora gave me love, and you all stood by me when the shadows closed in." Elora pulled her daughter into a gentle embrace. "My beloved child, you have saved us all. Yet this journey is just beginning. Grimwood will need healing, and there are still spirits seeking rest." Lyra nodded, gazing at the wreath. "Then I will remain in the oakwood, tending the needs of both living and departed. Together, we will ensure no soul is forgotten, and no heart falls into darkness again." Rowan and Jarek stepped closer. "And we will help," Rowan said. "The fields must be tilled, water must be freed from Korovin's grip, and families must be mended." Jarek added, "I will record these events, write them into the chronicles so nothing is ever lost to deceit again." Under the silver glow of the moon, the five of them stood as a new covenant was forged, a promise to nurture Grimwood's future, guided by the echoes of its past. The mist of the oakwood held no more dread, its spirits now at peace, their voices a gentle lullaby carried on the night wind. Thus closed the third chapter of their tale, where a young girl's unyielding promise illuminated a realm shrouded in tyranny, and where the living and the dead converged to restore a land's forgotten soul. Dawn's pale light filtered through the newly repaired windows of the great hall, casting fractured patterns on the stone floor. In the courtyard below, villagers milled about, stacking torches and clearing debris so that seeds could be sown in fertile earth once more. Though the pain of Korovin's reign still lingered as a dull ache in their bones, a spirit of renewal had taken root. Where once they had suffered under tyranny, now each act of cooperation felt like a small victory, a repair of broken barns, a sharing of food grown in secret gardens, laughter exchanged over hopeful planning. Inside the great hall, Lyra sat at a long wooden table beside Elora, Ambrose, Captain Rowan, and Jarek. Scrolls and maps lay unfurled, diagrams of the forest's oldest groves, inventories of Korovin's confiscated supplies, lists of families who needed immediate aid. Jarek, quill in hand, recorded each decision in neat script, determined that no detail would slip through the cracks. Though the hall's tapestries bore the faded Korovin crest, now draped in torn white cloth as though in mourning, the sense of gravity remained. This was the seat of Grimwood's new hope. Lyra studied the map before her, serpentine trails through the oakwood, small clearings where the spirits of the past still lingered. The ritual to release Serenya's ghost had quelled the immediate unrest, but within the forest remained countless unnamed souls, farmhands who had died starving on Korovin's orders, merchants crushed under heavy taxes, and even wandering children who had never known kindness. Each soul required proper rites to ensure they would not return as harbingers of sorrow or worse. Elora, her gentle face tinged with weariness, pointed to a grove marked by an ancient stone circle. "Here lies the unmended fallen," she said. Korovin's coffers were so full that he even accepted bribes to delay funerals. Bodies were buried in haste, some not buried at all. Their spirits wander, unable to find rest. Ambrose nodded gravely. "We must perform a binding of peace. The old texts speak of soft incantations to soothe rage, paired with blessings of the earth, so that the dead accept passage to the next realm. But the ritual requires rare herbs and moonlit chants beneath the standing stones. Only then will the forest itself be free of sorrow." Rowan, his armor polished now and free from Korovin's insignia, pulled a leather satchel toward him. "I have gathered the necessary ingredients, moonflowers, nettle blossoms, and silver-tinged moss from the North Ridge. But we will need more hands to carry the dead to the circle and offer proper farewells. The villagers understand, many have already volunteered." Jarek added, "I will transcribe the chant phonetically so that even illiterate hands can participate. Nothing can be lost to ignorance this time." As the five of them laid out their plan, allocating teams to collect bodies, prepare graves, gather herbs, and practice the incantation, Lyra allowed herself a moment to reflect on how far they had come since Korovin's downfall. A week ago she had been a frightened child, guided by ghosts and carrying a wreath of murder. Now, she was a beacon for both the living and the dead, shouldering the weight of a village's future. Yet despite that, a knot of uncertainty coiled in her chest. Though Korovin had been deposed, his influence still lingered. His loyalists had melted back into the shadows, biding time until they could reclaim the power that had been stripped away. That afternoon, as Elora directed supplies to the poorest families, Lyra slipped out of the great hall and made her way toward the eastern wing. There, behind the tapestry that marked her secret alcove, she found Ambrose studying a stack of ancient tomes by candlelight. The air smelled faintly of rose petals and scorched parchment. "Ambrose," Lyra whispered, setting the door to her alcove ajar. "I need your counsel." "I felt stirrings in the West Grove. Even after Serenya's binding, the spirits of the orchard fight to be heard. Their voices are sharp, not like the mournful sighs of the poor. More like warnings." Ambrose closed the ragged pages he held and studied Lyra with narrowed eyes. "You sense correctly. Though Serenya's ritual broke Korovin's direct influence, his allies have left behind talismans and charms, dark wards meant to hamper any who would meddle with the spirits. Those restless souls are bound by the last threads of that magic. If we do not destroy those talismans, the orchard's spirits will remain tethered and grow more hostile." Lyra ran a hand through her dark hair, recalling the twisted runes she had glimpsed in the attic, carved into planks of wood and hidden among Korovin's trophies. "Where do we find them?" Ambrose pointed to the map. "Here, the orchard under the western ridge. Korovin's soldiers used to house Draven Ward, his master of wards, within the orchard's watchtower. Though the tower crumbled after the binding, the charms likely remain scattered around its ruins." Lyra nodded. "I'll retrieve them. After that, the binding in the stone circle. But I must be cautious, these wards could harm me." Ambrose reached into a satchel and withdrew a small, circular mirror ringed with iron. "Take this reflection mirror. It repels dark magic. Any ward intended to ensnare you will be repelled by its gleam. Let the mirror reflect back the intent of the talisman." Lyra took the mirror, its surface clouded but still shimmering with promise. "Thank you," she said softly. "I'll be back before nightfall." As she left, Ambrose picked up his tomes and followed only a moment later, seeking Elora's counsel on additional preparations. The western ridge loomed tall as Lyra approached beneath a low, gray sky. The orchard lay partly in shadow, gnarled branches stretching like withered limbs. The ground was pocked with holes where fruit trees had been uprooted, the soil churned by heavy footsteps and stench. In the center lay the remains of the watchtower, a squat stone base crowned by jagged collapse, vines devouring the cracks. Drawing a breath, Lyra reached for the reflection mirror. She crouched beside the largest crack in the tower's wall, wiping away moss to reveal a cluster of skewered wood fragments etched with wiry runes. They glowed faintly with sickly green light. Lyra held the mirror before her, catching the faint glow and pressing the mirror's edge to the fragments. A flash of white light erupted, the runes hissed as though scorched, then crackled into ash. Lyra watched them crumble, scattering as ashes across the grass. Further within the tower's ruins, she found another talisman, a leather cord threaded with iron nails over black thread, entangled in roots. As she reached out to touch it, the iron nails shuddered, like tiny creatures crawling. Lyra shivered but did not relent. She braced the mirror and held it steadily. The wards sputtered and dissolved in silver sparks like fleeting embers. With each talisman destroyed, a low moan rose from the orchard, an echo of relief that hissed through the leaves. On the far side, near the fallen watchtower doorway, Lyra discovered a final charm, a cracked obsidian skull the size of a child's palm. Its eye sockets gleamed with malevolent intent. Exactly as Ambrose had warned, this ward seemed to throb with energy, drawn from the suffering of countless souls. Heart-pounding, Lyra raised the mirror. The skull's gaze flickered as if recognizing its reflection. Then, in a crescendo of shrieking wind, the skull exploded into shards that melted into the earth. The orchard exhaled like a living being finally set free. A shaft of light broke through the overcast sky, illuminating the battered ground. Lyra knelt, pressing her palm to the earth, whispering words whispered by Elora to reassure her, "May you find peace in the promise of dawn." The orchard responded. A chorus of unseen birds took flight, and a gentle breeze brought a scent of new blossoms, though none were yet visible. Turning back toward the manor, Lyra's steps were lighter. Korovin's last defilements had been cleansed, but more work lay ahead, the binding at the stone circle with hundreds of villagers waiting, and the rebuilding of Grimwood's trust in the unseen. She wrapped the reflection mirror in cloth and tucked it safely into her satchel. By midday, the stone circle at the heart of the oakwood trembled with expectancy. Villagers fanned out, laying palms of fresh earth and carrying woven baskets of herbs, bread, and small glowing lanterns. Through the skeletal branches drifted a pale mist residue of the restless dead gathering for their final farewell. Lyra stood near the dais, robe billowing in a gentle wind that carried voices of the spirits. Elora stood beside her, hands clasped in silent prayer. Captain Rowan and Jarek formed a ring around them, joined by dozens of volunteers. Ambrose appeared beside the circle, raising his voice. "People of Grimwood, the binding rite we now perform is not merely to banish malice, but to honor those who have perished unseen. Let us speak their names and give them passage to the realm beyond." A hush fell. Lyra felt a hush more profound than any silence she had known. She took a deep breath and began the incantation Serenya had taught her. Her voice wavered at first, then found strength as the ancient words resonated in the open air. "O spirits of earth, of mist, of tardy breath, hear this plea, ascend from pain and death. Your burdens lifted, your voices made whole. Walk now in silence, beyond mortal toll." Her companions repeated the words, each syllable weaving a tapestry of light and peace. Lyra sprinkled moonflower dust and nettle blossoms at the circle's center. Jarek poured handfuls of silver-tinged moss, and the villagers placed bread and herbs upon the dais. Each offering glowed faintly, as though infused with memory. As the final words faded, a gust of wind snuffed out the lanterns simultaneously, plunging the circle into darkness. Then, one by one, the lanterns reignited, each flame burning brighter and steadier than before. From the mist emerged ghostly shapes, farmers in tattered tunics, mothers clutching phantom children, and stooped elders who once cursed their faiths. Yet as they stepped onto the sacred ground, their expressions softened, the tension drained from their faces. Lyra's heart trembled as she watched these souls formerly trapped in sorrow exchange glances of recognition with living descendants who knelt before them. A mother saw her son's father, pale and ethereal, offer a gentle nod. A young man met his grandmother's ghostly gaze, tears of joy and sorrow mingling as he bowed respectfully. Elora stepped forward, her voice clear, "Be at peace now, for your deaths shall be remembered, your stories preserved, and your names honored in this land. Rise now, and walk beyond the veil." By the time the chant concluded, a hush filtered through the circle. The mist rose, carrying the departed souls upward in a luminous swirl. One by one, they reached toward the canopy, dissolving like dew in morning light. The orchard birds sang softly, and a gentle rain began to fall, as though the heavens wept tears of gratitude. As the last spirit vanished, the villagers released a collective breath. Captain Rowan guided them in cleaning up the circle, ensuring no remnants of sorrow remained. Ambrose gathered the scrolls and extinguished the remaining lanterns. Jarek lent his quill to Lyra as she inscribed the names of the newly freed spirits onto a slate stone that would stand at the circle's edge, a testament to their rightful place in history. Elora knelt beside Lyra, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "You have brought peace to more souls than we could ever count," she whispered. "Now we must turn our eyes to rebuilding the future, our homes, our fields, and our shared lives." Lyra nodded, exhaustion etched on her face, but her spirit glowed with quiet triumph. "I am ready," she replied, gazing at the clearing now bathed in soft, silvery light. "Grimwood's heart has mended tonight. May its pulse beat steady from here on." As they prepared to return to the manor, Rowan joined them, adjusting the straps of his armor. "The summons from the Valley Court arrived," he said, holding a sealed parchment. "A steward named Lord Caldwell will arrive at the next full moon to oversee governance until the Valley Council convenes. He is known to be just but cautious, an admirable combination. I suggest we prepare to greet him, for his judgment will shape Grimwood's destiny." Ambrose folded his arms thoughtfully. "Then we must present to Lord Caldwell not only the evidence of Corobin's crime but also a thriving community, one that shows this valley has reclaimed its strength. Let him see courage and unity flower here." Elora squeezed Lyra's hand. "Then let us set our intentions, a gathering in 2 nights, where we present the slate of freed souls, a map of new communal farms, and the restoration of the old schoolhouse rebuilt by Carpenter. Families who once laid off their tools at Corobin's command." Lyra's heart soared at the prospect, but a soft ripple of concern passed through her. Though Corobin had fallen, his name remained a specter. Rumors whispered that deep in the mountains, his remnants gathered shadows plotting for vengeance. She drew Ambrose aside, voice low. "There is more to this than a single binding or a new steward," she said, the shadows shifting around them. "I feel a tremor beneath the stones, a disquiet in the river's flow. We have cleared the orchard and the stone circle, but have we truly cleansed Grimwood?" Ambrose's brow darkened. "You feel it too," he murmured. "The land carries memory, not just of Corovan's deeds but of older pacts, the pact of the four fires that once bound Grimwood's magic to its people. When Corovan ruled, he severed those ties. Restoring the cycle will require more than burying dark talismans. We must rekindle the four fires: earth, water, air, and flame, so that Grimwood is truly whole." Lyra swallowed, understanding the magnitude of what lay ahead. A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes. "Then let us begin by lighting the fire of reclamation in the northeastern glade. When that flame is set, we will have taken the next step toward true peace." Elora nodded, her soft smile tinged with pride. "And I will lead the water ceremony at the river's source. Together, we shall weave Grimwood's soul back into the tapestry it once was." Captain Rowan and Jarek joined them, each pledging their strength and resources. As twilight descended, the five walked back toward the manor, guided by the gentle glow of fireflies that had begun to stir among the reeds. Above, the first stars appeared, a silent vigil over the valley's awakening. Unseen but felt, the forest themselves hummed with approval. In clearing after clearing, the oakwood's ancient spirits sighed in relief, their burden lightened. Though the path ahead was long, recovering lost knowledge, confronting lingering shadows this night, Grimwood breathed deeply, freer than it had been in a generation. Thus concluded the fourth chapter of Lyra's Odyssey, a journey through grief and redemption, guided by spectral voices, and anchored by the steadfast courage of the living. As the healing fires flickered in distant glades, the promise of a new dawn shimmered on the horizon, one where peace was not merely the absence of tyranny, but the joyous presence of unity and purpose. Even before the first light of dawn, Lyra stood at the edge of the northeastern glade, the reflection mirror tucked safely into her satchel and a small brazier strapped to her back. The forest here was ancient, oak and maple towering so high their leaves filtered the early sun into fractured ribbons of gold. Moss-covered stones ringed a natural clearing that seemed almost sacred, an amphitheater of trees that whispered in a language of rustling leaves and shifting shadows. This was the place where the fire of reclamation would be kindled, a flame meant to rekindle Grimwood's relationship with its own wild and healing power. Behind her, Captain Rowan and Jarek approached, each carrying supplies. Rowan bore torches soaked in resin drawn from pine, and Jarek carried a leather-bound volume of ancient chants and instructions, scrawled in faded ink. They moved in respectful silence, aware that this moment was more than symbolic. The ritual required precision, courage, and an intent clear of malice. If the fire was lit with anything but pure purpose, vengeance, greed, or fear, its power would turn inward, harming Grimwood rather than healing it. Elora and Ambrose were to perform the water ceremony at the river's source, a marshy spring to the west, once Lyra had completed the fire ritual. Their coordinated rites, working with the forest's natural elements, would restore balance to the valley's fourfold bond: earth, water, air, and flame. By day's end, if successful, the land itself would hum with renewed vitality. But first, the fire had to be awakened. Lyra knelt in the center of the glade and placed the small brazier on a flat stone, its mouth empty. She unwrapped a bundle of charred kindling knotweed, oak resin, and nightshade blossoms, elements gathered from the forest's depths, each imbued with the memory of Grimwood's past. Jarek set the leather volume beside her and opened it to a bookmarked page, a series of invocations meant to coax the flame of reclamation from the scoured earth itself. Rowan, standing guard at the glade's perimeter, scanned the tree line. Though Korovin's wards were broken, the danger of fanatical loyalists or restless shadows remained. He nodded to Lyra. "All is clear," he said, his voice low. "May the flame guide you." Lyra took a deep breath, then recited the opening words of the invocation in a smooth, steady voice. "By ember bright and dawn's first gleam, we call the fire to cleanse and redeem. Let not your tongue scorch with hate or despair, but burn with the promise of healing in air." As her words echoed, Jarek slowly poured a handful of powdered brimstone over the kindling, and Lyra drew a slender iron rod from her satchel, an arrow shaft she had sharpened into a focus when she destroyed Draven Ward's final talisman. She set the iron tip against the knotty kindling and struck a nearby flint against it. Sparks flew, and within moments a small, flickering flame caught at the knotweed. The brazier's light grew stronger as Lyra fed it with oak resin, watching it glow from orange to crimson. Yet she did not allow the fire to rage unchecked. Instead, she knelt and placed her hands near the heat, feeling its warmth but also its raw potential. Closing her eyes, she continued the chant, weaving her breath and intention together. "Flame of old, grow strong anew. Burn away blight, bring forth what is true. From Korovin's shadow, to night's blackened heart, we banish all sorrow and a new age impart." As she spoke, the flame rippled, rising higher, its color deepening to an almost bluish hue at its edges. The air trembled with the pulse of magic, the forest itself responding to Lyra's call. Rowan and Jarek approached the brazier, adding bundles of resinous pine boughs that crackled as they fell into the fire. Each time a log ignited, a flash of light seemed to leap from the brazier and scurry into the underbrush, as though the blaze were sending tendrils of its spirit into the roots and soil. Then, as if in answer to her deepest intent, the dying sun's first real rays broke through the canopy, illuminating the brazier in a beam of gold. Lyra opened her eyes, astonished. The fire, glowing with ethereal light, pulsed in tandem with the beating of her heart. She sensed the forest exhale around her, a breath of relief or perhaps gratitude before settling into a gentle hum. The fire of reclamation was alive. At the crow of a distant crow, the glade fell silent. Lyra reached into her satchel and withdrew the reflection mirror. She held it so that the firelight danced across its surface, catching a sudden shimmer. Above the brazier, a shimmering outline of a phoenix formed for a heartbeat, immortal symbol of renewal and rebirth. Then the shape dissolved, leaving only the fire's warmth and a faint echo of wings beating against the hush. Jarek guided her out of the circle. "It is done," he said. "The flame is kindled. The forest will carry its warmth to the corners where darkness still lingers." Rowan nodded. "We should return. Elora and Ambrose await word from us. Then we light torches from this brazier and carry them to the river's mouth, uniting flame and water as one." Lyra carefully packed the brazier, extinguishing its embers in a leather pouch lined with ash. As they retraced their steps through the forest, the ground beneath them felt firmer, grass greener, as though the very soil sang with revitalization. The sun rose higher, releasing gold onto distant hills, and even the occasional bird call seemed brighter, more hopeful. Meanwhile, Elora and Ambrose made their way to the river's source, a secluded marsh where the water oozed slowly from an underground spring, cool and clear. Elora carried a wooden chalice filled with spring water, while Ambrose cradled a lantern fed by blue-green moss harvested under a waning moon. A dozen villagers followed behind, each bearing a simple clay bowl or cup. Their faces showed reverence for the sacred task ahead. Elora knelt beside the spring and gently dipped the chalice into the water, cupping it as she listened. The water was like liquid glass, smooth, untainted by Korovin's greed. She felt a lilt of energy pulse through her fingertips. Lifting the chalice, she met Ambrose's gaze, and he began the incantation. O waters of life, flow pure and free. Wash away rancor, our hearts set at peace. From Korovin's clutch and the soil's hidden scars. Let this river flow clear beneath sun and stars. As Ambrose spoke, Elora poured the water from the chalice onto the forest floor. The droplets glowed faintly, each bead of water a droplet of healing that seeped into the earth. Lyra and her companions arrived, guided by the scent of pine and the soft murmur of flowing water. Lyra carried the smoldering brazier, an ember of the fire ritual, now nestled in its iron cradle. Elora looked up, smiled bright despite the gravity of the moment. Fire is lit. Will you join me in this union? Lyra knelt beside her mother, tilting the brazier so that a few live embers slid into the water. A hiss arose as flame met fluid, sizzling like prayer being answered. The water glowed a pale aquamarine, and a plume of steam rose, fragrant with the scent of resin and moss. A current of energy surged through the marsh, carrying the combined power of fire and water deep into the roots of every tree and every blade of grass. Villagers knelt in a wide circle around the spring, dipping their clay cups into the softly glowing water, and sips of it passed from hand to hand, symbolizing their renewed bond with the land. Some wept at the taste, feeling buried sorrows lifted. A mother kissed her child's forehead, a once skeptical elder murmured a benediction. Rowan stood guard, eyes scanning the tree lean to ensure no hostile presence intruded. Ambrose closed the rite by raising his lantern high. Let the light of renewal be reflected in every heartbeat of Grimwood. We are one with earth, with water, with flame, and with air. May our spirits be free, our purpose clear, and our faith unshaken. As he spoke the final words, the lantern's flame burst into brilliant white, an omen of triumph against the murk of tyranny. A scattering of leaves swirled around them, carried on a sudden gust of air that felt like the forest's own breath. Every witness felt it, a stirring in their chest, a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope glows like embers waiting to be kindled. That evening, back at Korovin Manor, a ceremony of gratitude awaited them. The great hall had been repurposed as a communal space, long trestle tables lined with bowls of harvest vegetables, jars of healing salves made from Elora's herbs, and trays of breads baked from reclaimed grain silos once commandeered by Korovin. The torches lining the hall's walls burned bright, their flames kindled from Lyra's brazier, now a centerpiece at the dais, symbolizing the unity of fire and water. Villagers crowded into the hall, farmers who had returned to their fields, craftsmen who resumed workbench duties, and children who no longer feared the whisper of a shadow at night. At one end of the hall, Rowan and Jarek stood beside Lord Caldwell's envoys, patiently awaiting the official steward's arrival on the morrow. Their presence was a reminder that while local healing was vital, the valley now needed governance steeped in justice and tempered by compassion. Lyra entered the hall with Elora by her side, flanked by Ambrose. The crowd fell silent, awaiting their words. Lyra felt the mirror's weight in her satchel, a silent partner in the rituals that had freed so many. She stepped forward and addressed the assembly. People of Grimwood, today we have rekindled the fire of reclamation and bound it with the waters of our valley. In doing so, we have not only freed the spirits of those slain by cruelty but also awakened the soul of the land itself. But as we gather to celebrate, let us remember that true healing is continuous. We must guard against the darkness that lingers in forgotten corners and in hardened hearts. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Elora took the chalice Ambrose had used and lifted it high. Let us toast to life renewed, to bonds strengthened, and to the promise of a future where no child fears the night, and no widow weeps alone. For together, we stand, and together, we build. Torches in the crowd flickered as villagers raised their cups filled with spring water. A chorus of "To Grimwood" echoed off the stone walls. Rowan stepped forward next, formally introducing Lord Caldwell's envoys, who bowed respectfully. Tomorrow, the valley's stewardship will be placed in just hands. But tonight, we are all stewards of this land, each responsible for tending to its wounds and nurturing its growth. As the hall filled with the clatter of cups and the low murmur of conversation, Lyra slipped away to the eastern wing. There, behind the tapestry of the Korovin crest now draped in white cloth, she retrieved the reflection mirror and stood before a solitary window. Through it, she saw the brazier's embers pulsing in the darkened courtyard, a beacon of hope visible even in the deepest night. She closed her eyes and whispered a soft prayer to the spirits who had guided her. Thank you for your light. May it shine through our deeds and lead us always toward kindness. In that moment, she felt the forest's pulse beneath her feet, a steady heartbeat that promised renewal beyond even her dreams. Outside, the wind sighed through the treetops, carrying the promise of tomorrow's steward and the echoes of a land that would never again surrender to fear. Lyra's path remained long, rebuilding trust, restoring Air's rightful place among the four fires, and ensuring that no shadow ever again eclipsed Grimwood's heart. Yet for now, as she watched the braziers burn bright below, she believed in a future where flame, water, earth, and air sang together in harmony, bound by truth, fueled by compassion, and protected by those who dared to kindle hope. The morning after the fire and water ceremonies dawned crisp and clear, as though the sky itself had been scrubbed clean of Korovin's darkness. Sunlight poured through the lattice of oak branches, dancing on the dew-damp grass and igniting 1,000 tiny prisms of light. In the newly repaired courtyard of Korovin Manor, villagers gathered once more, this time to witness the rite of Air, the third of the four flames that would restore Grimwood's balance. Tori Moss, a young baker whose husband had perished under Korovin's harvest tax edicts, carried a wicker basket of downy feathers and sky-blessed bells. Nearby, Old Market, whose family had endured Korovin's wholesale seizure of her homestead, clutched a small wooden flute carved with rune motifs meant to call the winds kindly forth rather than drive them to fury. At the head of the procession stood Lyra and her mother, Elora, flanked by Ambrose Vale, Captain Rowan, and Jarek. Lyra wore a simple linen tunic dyed in pale blue, the color of the open heavens she would soon invoke. Around her neck hung the silver reflection mirror, now tranquil after its use in banishing Korovin's final wards. Elora carried a handful of white blossoms plucked that morning meadow bell and sky grace flowers said to bloom only where the air ran clear of malice. Ambrose held the leather volume of Chants, now open to a new section, Invocations of the Wind Sovereign, an ancient guardian spirit of the realm whose blessing would anchor the rite. As they stepped from the courtyard, Rowan sounded a horn that echoed through the village lanes, summoning all who wished to partake to join them. Children scampered behind, mimicking the adults' solemn expressions, grasping handfuls of petals or mimicking the elders' ritual dances. It was a moment of unity so profound that even Rowan trained for war felt his heart settle into a rare calm. The old manor grounds, once oppressive in its opulence, felt now like a cradle of hope. Their destination lay atop Halcyon Ridge, a rounded promontory that rose 600 feet above the valley floor. Legend held that Halcyon's winds never strayed, even in the fiercest storms, because the ridge's four peaks formed a natural ring that trapped the breath of the sky god, allowing it to swirl in gentle ribbons. Climbing the well-worn path, Lyra felt the air grow lighter with each step, her lungs expanded, and her chest soared with the sky's vastness. She glanced at Elora, whose eyes shone with a green glimmer, mother and daughter sharing a moment of quiet elation amidst the renewed promise of their land. At the ridge's summit, a circle of smooth stones arrayed in a perfect ring marked the site of the rite. In the center lay a slender obelisk crafted from white marble, untouched by time's grime, as if it had awaited this day since the first settling of Grimwood. Jarek stepped forward and gently traced the obelisk's surface, revealing faint etchings, sigils of sky and breath, spiraling patterns that seemed to move if one stared too long. He nodded to Lyra. This obelisk channels the living air. Our chants will ignite its spirit, sending tendrils of wind to every corner of Grimwood. Tori Moss shook the basket and released a shower of feathers that danced upward, carried by a gentle breeze that rose as though summoned. Old Margaret raised her flute and blew a single note, clear, resonant, and strangely comforting. Each feather twirled midair, forming spirals that drifted toward Lyra's feet as if beckoning her to begin. Lyra stepped to the obelisk's base and placed her palm on the cool marble, closing her eyes. She inhaled deeply, centering herself. Then she spoke the first lines of the invocation, her voice steady despite the charge pulsing through her veins. Spirits of wind, transparent and free, hear our plea from valley to tree. Sweep away sorrow, let laughter ascend. From dawn until dusk, peace befriend. As her words echoed, Ambrose continued in harmony. By breath and breeze, let malice depart. Restore gentle whispers that guide every heart. Where once the gale carried grief's cruel sting, let now the winds of unity sing. Rowan and Jarek took up the chant alongside the villagers, their voices a chorus that rose in volume until the wind itself seemed to thrum in answer. The obelisk trembled subtly under Lyra's hand, and the air around her shimmered with iridescent motes, evidence that the ritual's power was weaving through the very essence of the sky. From the far reaches of the ridge, sheets of wind rose, swirling around the stone ring. A high wail of exultation, as though the world itself exhaled, accompanied the gusts. Feathers swirled in vortex patterns before dispersing outward like sown seeds of hope. Each breeze carried a fragment of the villagers' collective intent, pressing it into the heart of Grimwood, that kindness would once more ride the wind, that no whisper of oppression could find harbor. Ear. But as the rite reached its crescendo, a darker breeze pierced the chorus, a shrill gust laden with cold intent. Lyra's eyes snapped open to see shadows twisting within the circling winds, no ordinary gust but a lingering echo of Korovin's spite, a curse hidden deep within the air. The obelisk's glow wavered, and a tremor rattled the stones underfoot. "Stay your chance," hissed a voice carried on the wind, one that Lyra recognized with dread, Draven Ward's final incantation, preserved by Korovin's last acolytes. Out of the churning air emerged a figure clad in pitch-black robes, his face hidden beneath a hood. He moved with unnatural grace, carrying a stave carved from thornwood that bristled with dark runes. He lifted the stave, and a blast of acrid wind shot toward Lyra and the obelisk. Rowan leaped forward, felling Draven's acolyte with his sword butt. The man reeled but did not fall. Drawing a dagger from his belt, the attacker slashed at Rowan's shoulder, and the captain staggered back, blood welling between his fingers. The villagers gasped, some retreating a step, others rising to shield Rowan. Lyra felt her heart hammering as the invader raised the stave high, chanting in a guttural tongue that twisted the air into shrieking shards. Elora plunged forward, holding up Serenya's journal, the words of the binding rite still humming within its vellum. She began to recite a protective incantation one learned when she had once tried to claim Serenya's place at the dais. The wind around her stilled, as if acknowledging her right to call upon the spirits for defense. Draven's acolyte hesitated, glaring at Elora as if surprised by her intrusion. Lyra seized the moment. She retrieved the reflection mirror and held it high. The twist-laden wind shattered on its surface like broken glass, the shards of dark magic reflecting away harmlessly. Then she struck the obelisk with the hilt of her dagger, focusing on a single syllable imbued with pure hope. The obelisk flared white, and a column of brilliant air roared upward, blasting Draven's acolyte off his feet. He tumbled, and the stave slipped from his fingers, clattering to the stone ring. As the dark figure lay stunned, the wind that once screamed with malice turned to a soothing hum. Feathers and petals drifted gently through the air, tamed once more by the rite. Lyra felt a rush of relief wash through her. With shaky limbs, she approached the fallen assailant and used the daggers of her will to bind him, reciting words of covenant that would keep him from reawakening Korovin's incantations. Rowan, wincing from his wound, rose to stand beside her, bowing his head as though offering silent thanks to a higher power. Ambrose stepped forward and placed a rune-inscribed band upon the attacker's wrist, a collar of sealing meant to prevent further corruption. "He shall remain bound until justice is served," Ambrose pronounced, his voice firm. Let no other dark wards rise again in Grimwood. Murmurs of awe and relief rippled through the villagers. Tori Moss knelt to help Rowan bind his wound. Old Margaret, stirring the air with her flute once more, played a final note of triumph. Lyra returned to the obelisk, raised her palm toward the sky, and shouted the rites closing. By wind's embrace, by sky's own breath, we cast aside all anguish and death. Now bound are we in soaring delight. O winds of fortune, may your path be right. A final gust of wind swept through the ring, blowing away the last traces of Korovin's malice. The obelisk's surface glowed with soft luminescence, visible even as daylight strengthened. The rite of air was complete. Later that afternoon, as the villagers processed the fallen acolyte under guard, Captain Rowan and Jarek escorted him down the ridge toward Korovin Manor. There, they would deliver him to Lord Caldwell's envoys once they arrived, ensuring that the vengeful heart of Korovin's lingering influence would see no further daylight. Rowan paused at the ridge's edge, watching as the acolyte's beaten form vanished into the treetops. The sun's rays filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on Rowan's armor, now free of Korovin's crest. He took a reflective breath, steeling himself for the next chapter of his service to Grimwood's new era. Meanwhile, Lyra, Elora, and Ambrose climbed down the ridge to reach the manor lawns. In the distance, a party of mounted riders emerged along the main road, the procession of Lord Caldwell's envoys, heralded by banners of azure and silver. Among them rode the steward designate himself, a tall man with chestnut hair, framed by a face both noble and kindly, his eyes bright with curiosity and caution. At his side trotted Captain Lysandra Ivish, Caldwell's head of guard, a stern woman whose gaze seemed to measure every detail as she approached. Elora greeted them at the main gate, offering a small curtsy. Lyra stood beside her, dust-smeared but dignified, a living symbol of the valley's renewal. Ambrose lingered behind, his dark cloak falling over a simple mage's staff, a sign that Grimwood's future would be guided by wisdom as well as justice. Rowan and Jarek formed a respectful line, their presence lending weight to the welcoming party. Lord Caldwell dismounted, his boots hitting the gravel with a firm resolve. He advanced toward Elora, bowing slightly. "Madam Korovin," he said, employing her married name in deference to propriety, "I come by decree of the Valley Court to restore governance and ensure justice. I have heard of the remarkable change in Grimwood's fortunes. I look forward to seeing this promise fulfilled." Elora inclined her head. "Your arrival honors us, Lord Caldwell. We have reclaimed our valley from dark tyranny, and with your guidance, we aspire to live in peace and purpose." Lyra stepped forward, offering a slender scroll tied with a blue ribbon. "I have led the modern rites of fire, water, and air. The final rite of earth awaits to complete our covenant with the land. Tomorrow, I will gather the people at the old hollow fields to plant the seeds of new growth, literally and symbolically. Your presence would bless the endeavor." Lord Caldwell took the scroll with cool but respectful fingers, recognizing the gravity of Lyra's words. "I shall attend, though my duties will require me to convene the courtiers within the week. Your rites of reclamation will be recorded among the valley's annals, ensuring future generations remember the courage it took to reclaim Grimwood. A hush of respect fell across the assembled villagers. Rowan stepped forward, reporting, "Lord Caldwell, Corovin's loyal elements were bound this morning. We held a right of air atop Halcyon Ridge, and we have detained the last acolyte who sought to revive his darkness." Lord Caldwell's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Then I shall dispatch a small contingent to secure those who still might harbor ill intent. We will ensure no grudge remains to fester." Elora offered a gentle nod. "Your wisdom is welcome. In the meantime, please join us for the rite of earth. The valley's final flame shall be lit in the soil itself, binding our future to the very bedrock beneath our feet." Lord Caldwell turned to Captain Lysandra. "See to the preparations for lodging and provisions for my men. I will ride with Mistress Elora and Mistress Lyra to Old Hollow Fields on the morrow." Lysandra inclined her head, and the steward's party moved forward through the gates. As they passed, the late afternoon breeze carried the faint strains of old Margaret's flute echoing in the courtyard, a song of victory and new beginnings. The villagers cheered, a swelling tide of hope that washed away the memory of Corovin's oppressive reign. That evening, as dusk settled over the manor, Lyra retreated to the eastern wing's alcove. She cradled the reflection mirror in her palm, watching the last embers of daylight fade. Tomorrow's earth rite awaited, and she could feel the pulse of the soil beneath her fingertips, even hear a rhythmic thrum of life ready to sprout anew. She thought of Corovin's legacy, not merely one man's cruel rule, but the scars it had left on every heart, every field, every family. She vowed that no blade of grass would ever again quake under fear. Elora found her there moments later, bringing a cup of chamomile tea scented with rosemary, a simple comfort. "Rest now," she said softly. "Tomorrow we plant not only seeds but also trust in the ground that sustains us." Lyra nodded, sipping the warm liquid. She closed her eyes and allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection, for Serenya, whose spirit had been freed, for Rowan and Jarek, whose loyalty had been tempered by compassion, for Ambrose, whose ancient knowledge guided them, and for the villagers, whose faith had tamed the wind's fury and stoked the flame's light. Outside, the stars emerged, tiny sparks in a velvet sky. Lyra offered a silent acknowledgement to the heavens, a promise that Grimwood's soul would remain watchful and kind. With the rite of earth, their final act of reclamation would bind every element together, sealing an age of harmony that no shadow could unmake. Thus concluded the 6th chapter of Lyra's saga, where the winds of renewal swept through the ridge and the steward of justice arrived to bear witness. The air had been healed, but still lay one last strand to weave a covenant with the earth itself. Under the canopy of stars, Lyra's journey pressed on, each step carrying the promise of a land once fractured, now whole. The morning of the rite of earth dawned soft and clear, as though the land itself had awakened from a long, troubled slumber. Mist hovered at the edge of Old Hollow Fields, whispering across the tall grasses that stretched in rolling waves between copses of alder and willow. The earth smelled rich and loamy, a fragrant promise of life to come. Villagers gathered before dawn at the edge of the fields, each carrying a gilded bowl filled with seeds, saplings, or small earthenware vessels of water collected from the river's source. All eyes turned to Lyra and Ellora as they led the procession to the heart of the fields, with Ambrose Vale reciting the invocation that would call upon the spirit of earth, the final of the four flames to bind Grimwood's destiny anew. Lyra felt the ground beneath her feet thrum with quiet anticipation. The long journey from Corovan's tyranny to this moment of collective faith had tested her in ways she could never have imagined. Her bond with the spirits, her struggles against dark magic, the arrival of Lord Caldwell's envoys, and the weaving of fire and water into the valley's renewal. Yet here, standing at the edge of the fertile fields, she sensed that Earth's blessing was essential to cement all they had achieved. If the rite succeeded, it would root Grimwood's future firmly in compassion, ensuring that no seed of corruption could sprout again. Ellora, dressed in a simple gown of forest green, looked radiant despite the solemnity. In her hands she held a small sapling, an oak no larger than a child's forearm, its roots wrapped in damp moss. Next to her, Ambrose carried an old leather pouch containing sacred dust mixed from crushed quartz, granite, and the white ashes of Corovan's final talisman. Jarek, Captain Rowan, Tory Moss, and old Margit formed a circle around them, each person standing beside a display of gifts to the earth: Tory's basket of meadow flower seeds, Jarek's crucible of silvered soil, Rowan's stakes of antler wood, and old Margit's carved wooden flute, now offering a lilting tune meant to coax fertility from the ground. Behind them, a crowd of villagers, farmers, artisans, children, and elders waited with hushed reverence. They had come from every corner of Grimwood, carrying their own offerings, sacks of heirloom grains, handfuls of fertilizer made from compost, woven baskets of wild herbs, and small crystals from nearby quarries. Even Lord Caldwell's envoys, dressed in formal blue and silver livery, stood at the fringe, their expressions a mixture of respectful curiosity and sober duty. As the sun's first rays pierced the veil of mist, Ellora stepped into the center of the ring, placing the oak sapling carefully on a flat earth stone. The ground trembled faintly, as though recognizing the significance of this final ritual. Ambrose began the invocation in a low, measured voice. Father of stone, mother of soil, we gather now to cease our toil. In this field, where life shall rise, let earth's embrace our pledge baptize. Bless the seeds we cast below. In your strength may their roots grow. Bind our hearts to land and kin. Let no darkness our hope thin. Each villager echoed the chant, forming a hum that rose and fell in gentle waves. Lyra joined her mother, kneeling beside the sapling, pressing her palm to the cool, dark soil. She sensed threads of energy, ancient ley lines that crisscrossed beneath Grimwood, reacting to her touch, as though pleased that someone now meant to restore rather than exploit their power. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of surrounding trees, carrying a faint laughter like that of a child at play. The air was alive with promise. Ellora took a small bowl from Tory Moss and filled it with water from the sacred spring. She poured it around the base of the sapling, and the earth drank greedily, a flourishing sigh that rippled through the field. Jarek then sprinkled the silvered soil from his crucible, and Rowan drove the antler stakes into the ground around the sapling, forming a protective boundary. As each action completed, the earth seemed to pulse visibly, tiny sprouts pushing against the soil, green tendrils reaching for sun. Finally, Lyra and the villagers began to cast their seeds and plantings into the field in a slow, deliberate circle. Meadowflower seeds danced on the breeze, sinking into rich earth, grains sliced grooves into the mud, saplings took root, and bundles of wild herbs disappeared beneath sod. The air filled with the fragrance of damp moss, new growth, and the faintest hint of vanished rot. Old Margot's flute wove a melody that seemed to harmonize with the earth's heartbeat, drawing forth a rhythm that guided the villagers' movements with grace and unity. When the circle was complete, Ambrose raised his staff overhead. By earth's enduring strength, by fire's warm glow, by water's gentle flow, and by air's boundless breath, we bind Grimwood's soul in life anew. Let no sorrow remain in these fields, and let all who dwell here walk in harmony with the land and with one another. At once, a wave of warmth spread through the crowd. The sky brightened as a single golden ray focused on the oak sapling, illuminating it until it seemed to glow from within. The ground beneath their feet vibrated, carrying an audible hum that resonated in each person's chest. A chorus of birds took flight from the surrounding trees, their wings beating in time with old Margot's final flute note. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the energy wash over her. She envisioned Korovin's grasp loosened, the fields once shackled by greed transformed into fertile grounds of plenty. She saw villagers working side by side, children gathering wildflowers, elders reciting harvest blessings, artisans weaving baskets from reeds. In her mind's eye, the forest's edge receded, making way for orchards and gardens, communal granaries, and school, symbols of a thriving community, not a suffering one. As the ritual ended, the collective exhale of the crowd was almost audible. Elora stood, voice soft but resolute. We have sealed our covenant with earth today. Let every seed sprout into sustenance, every tree stand as testament to unity, and every breath remind us of the four flames that bind our fate: fire, water, air, and earth. Go forth as stewards of this land, with hearts as open as the sky. For a moment, the fields were silent, as though the land itself paused to acknowledge the moment. Then a cheer rose, starting among the villagers and swelling until it filled the entire valley, a storm of laughter, tears, and joyous cries. Children ran barefoot across the damp grass, scattering stray seeds, while elders embraced one another, their faces lined with long-suppressed hope. High above, the sky opened into a broad expanse of blue dotted with clouds that drifted slowly, their shapes shifting like living things. A hawk cried overhead, a herald of freedom, a witness to a new era. In that instant, even the air felt different, lighter, purer, carrying the mingled scents of pine and wild rose. Later that afternoon, as the festivities wound down, Lyra found herself drawn to the western ridge where Korovin's final acolyte remained bound. She had insisted on seeing him again, despite Rowan's caution. She believed that understanding his motivations might prevent future strife. Guarded by Rowan and two villagers, they approached the small cell crafted from thornwood stakes and rope beneath a grove of birch. The acolyte sat with his head bowed, the rune collar gleaming faintly at his wrist. His tattered robes showed the marks of the morning's defeat, scorched fabric where the fire and air rites had intercepted his dark intentions. Lyra met him at eye level. His features were pale, hollowed by remorse or fear, she could not be certain which. "You who carried Korovin's final curse," she began, voice gentle, Tell me why you did this. What drove you to bind the land with dark magic? He looked up, haunted gray eyes finding hers. I believed in him, he said quietly. When he fell, I felt lost. He had promised order, prosperity, the strength to hold back chaos. I feared that without him, the valley would tear itself apart. So I clung to his spells, thinking I could maintain balance. Lyra's heart ached at his confession. Balance born of fear is no balance at all, she said softly. It is merely another form of oppression. Do you understand why we bound you today? The man nodded slowly, tears welling in his eyes. Yes. I see now that he did not bring order but division. And his magic spread suffering rather than protection. Elora, who had followed Lyra to offer support, knelt beside the acolyte and placed a hand on his shoulder. There is a place for you yet, if you choose to walk a new path. You can help heal what you once harmed by sharing the strength of your hands and the knowledge of your mind. The acolyte, voice hoarse, whispered, then let me serve. Forgive me, and I will redeem myself. Lyra rose, turning back toward the ridge's summit, where the last glimmers of flame-painted sunset lingered. Come, she said. There is work to be done. With the acolyte now a penitent ally, she returned to Korovin Manor, where the steward's envoy was setting up camp. Lyra resolved that Grimwood's renewal would include mercy. Those ensnared by fear deserved the chance to learn compassion's power. That evening, as twilight settled over the manor, Lord Caldwell officially assumed the role of steward. A modest dais was set up in the courtyard, framed by torches ignited from Lyra's brazier, their flames flickering in harmony with the newly gentle night breeze. Caldwell stepped onto the platform, his azure and silver cloak flowing behind him. Beside him stood Captain Lysandra and her guards, prepared to enforce his decrees without cruelty, but with a firm dedication to justice. Caldwell addressed the crowd, his voice carrying across the assembled villagers, "People of Grimwood, I stand here humbled by the courage you have shown. In a single fortnight, you reclaimed your land from tyranny, banished dark legacies, and rekindled the four flames that bind this valley's soul. As your steward, I pledge to uphold the principles of balance, compassion, and accountability." Magistrate Korovin's rule ended today, not with vengeance, but with unity. Let this be our guiding star. A cheer arose, and Caldwell lifted a small key bound with blue ribbon, symbolizing his acceptance of stewardship. This key unlocks the manor's gates so that no longer shall they be a barrier to hope, but a welcome to all who seek fellowship. Tomorrow, we will convene the Council of Representatives drawn from every household. Together, we will shape laws that serve the people, not one despot's ambitions. Beside Lyra, Elora smiled, her eyes reflecting the torchlight and the promise of a new dawn. Ambrose stood quietly behind, his staff grounded at his side, symbolizing that magic would now serve the community's welfare rather than feed power's hunger. Even Rowan and Jarek, once foes in the shadows, found themselves cheering. Justice had become a living reality in their valley. As the crowd began to disperse, Lyra felt a pair of gentle hands settle on her shoulders. She looked back to see Tori Moss, presenting her with a basket of freshly baked loaves. "For you, Lyra," Tori said, her eyes bright. "For the child who lifted us from fear. May your belly and your heart remain full." Lyra accepted the bread with gratitude. "Thank you," she replied. "But this honor belongs to all of us." She glanced at the manor's silhouette against the starlit sky. "Tonight, the land rests easy. Tomorrow, we build together fields, homes, and a future where no child fears the dark." Elora squeezed her daughter's hand. "And through every season, you will guide us. For as long as the four flames keep watch, Grimwood's heart will never falter." Under the gentle glow of the torches, Grimwood's people lingered in small clusters, sharing stories of the day's triumph, children dancing among the wildflowers, farmers recounting how they felt the earth pulse when their seeds took root, and artisans revealing plans to transform Korovin's abandoned workshops into communal spaces for crafts and learning. Even the manor's gate stood open, welcoming visitors to offer ideas, share grievances, or simply rest at its steps, once a symbol of oppression, now a beacon of possibility. In the eastern wing, the hidden alcove remained folded into the manor's history as a place of secrets revealed. Yet those secrets had transformed from burdens of fear into seeds of courage. Lyra, cradling the reflection mirror, felt grateful for the guidance she'd received from Serenya's spirit, from Elora's love, and from even former enemies who now sought redemption. The valley had been reborn, not simply in soil, water, fire, and air, but in the hearts of every villager who dared to believe in hope again. And as the first full moon of the new season rose over the ridges, its silver light danced upon old hollow fields where the seeds lay buried beneath the soil. Beneath each pellet of earth, a promise waited to sprout, the promise that no blade of grass would ever again bow to fear, that every harvest would be an offering of unity, and that Grimwood's soul, once fractured by cruelty, was now whole. Thus closed the 7th chapter of Lyra's Odyssey, the rite of earth binding all that came before, and the steward's arrival heralding a future defined by justice and compassion. Though the path ahead would hold challenges, factions still skeptical of change, remnants of Korovin's influence seeking to sow discord, and the continual task of tending a fragile peace, the four flames now burned brightly in every hill, every glade, and every heart of Grimwood. In that light, no shadow could endure, and no tyrant could ever claim dominion over this reclaimed valley again. A week after the rite of earth, Korovin Manor had transformed from a bastion of fear into the beating heart of a nascent democracy. The grand courtyard, once a place of public humiliation, now served as the venue for the Council of Representatives, where villagers, farmers, artisans, teachers, and merchants gathered daily to discuss issues of governance, resource allocation, and communal welfare. Under Lord Caldwell's guidance, they strived to forge laws that would prevent corruption and ensure that no single individual could ever again monopolize power. On the morning of the council's convocation, the air was crisp with the promise of autumn, and the fields surrounding the manor shimmered under dew-laden light. Lyra stood near the eastern gate, her reflection mirror hung from a leather cord at her hip, its polished surface reflecting the rising sun. In her hands she held an array of clay talismans, simple discs inscribed with protective runes crafted by Jarek and infused with blessings by Elora. These talismans were intended to shield council participants from lingering dark influences, ensuring that the voices raised in debate would be guided by reason and compassion rather than fear or greed. Elora joined her, adjusting Lyra's shawl. "You look weary, my child," she said quietly. "The council's burdens weigh heavily upon you, yes?" Lyra offered a small smile. Her dark hair was coiled in a braid, and her pale blue tunic was embroidered with the 4 sigils of fire, water, air, and earth. "I do not mind. The people deserve justice, and if my presence gives strength to their resolve, then I am glad to stand alongside them." Elora placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "Remember to rest when you can. Your spirit's light guides us all, but you are still young. Do not allow the burdens of leadership to dim your spark." Lyra nodded, turning toward the main hall where Lord Caldwell's envoy had erected a long dais. Beneath a canopy of oak leaves, benches were arranged in a semicircle facing the dais. Banners of blue and silver fluttered in the breeze, alongside pennants of green, Jarek's personal addition to symbolize the renewal of the land. Rowan stood guard at the dais's flank, his gaunt-leafed hand resting on the hilt of his sword, alert but also at ease. The valley was at peace, for now. Inside the dais, Lord Caldwell stood to address the assembly. His dark hair was streaked with the silver that caught the morning light, and his eyes calm and unwavering surveyed the crowd. "Esteemed representatives, citizens of Grimwood, welcome to the Council of Renewal," he began, his voice resonant. "Today, we convene not under banners of fealty, but under the common purpose of rebuilding a land fractured by cruelty. We have tasted freedom's sweetness, and now we must sow its seeds into every corner of our valley." A murmur of approval rippled through the audience. Beside Caldwell stood Lysandra Ivish, the steward's head of guard, her steely gaze ensuring order while also conveying respect for the council's authority. Ambrose Vale occupied a seat near the edge of the dais, his presence a gentle reminder that the old magic still had a vital role to play, though now channeled through compassion and balance. Jarek stepped forward, presenting a folio of written laws to Caldwell. "My lord, these are the consolidated articles for communal governance. They have been drafted with input from each village. They cover matters of land disputes, resource distribution, and protections against magic misuse." Caldwell nodded, flipping through the parchment. "Excellent work, Jarek. Once the council ratifies these articles, they will stand as the foundation for our new judiciary. Any citizen found violating them will be subject to public hearing and, if necessary, restitution to those harmed." At that moment, a hush fell over the crowd as Lyra rose to speak. Her clear, melodic voice carried to even the farthest benches. "My friends, we have seen how darkness can cloud the heart and warp the land. I ask that as you debate today, you keep always in mind the light we carry forward, the memory of those who sacrificed, the promise of the four flames, and the enduring strength of this valley. Let no influence, political, personal, or dark, sway your judgments. We are bound by oath to tend this land as we would a living being, with gentleness, patience, and fortitude. The assembly erupted in applause. Caldwell offered Lyra a respectful nod before turning to Lysandra. Proceed with the first order of business, the distribution of communal farmlands. Evidence suggests the soil in Corbett's field north of the manor is fertile and best suited for rotated crops. We must assign stewardship to those who will farm it responsibly. Representatives from nearby villages rose in turn to propose candidates. Joran Highmoor, a farmer known for his innovative crop rotations, Lady Marian Frost, a widow who tended a small orchard and sought to expand into grain cultivation, and Edwin Blackwater, a fisherman who offered to plant a new marsh rice paddy in exchange for shared water rights. Debate was vigorous yet respectful, with Caldwell moderating to ensure each voice was heard. Ultimately, they settled on a council-managed rotation, with night watch to prevent surplus hoarding, a measure that would have been unthinkable under Corovin's reign. As the council moved on to discuss rebuilding the old mill and dividing the reclaimed lands, a sudden commotion at the far edge of the courtyard drew attention. Rowan's voice cut through the clamor. "Steward, something is amiss in the western courtyard." A tense silence fell. Representatives and villagers alike turned toward the source of Rowan's concern. Lysandra raised a hand, commanding order, as Caldwell strode forward, gesturing for Rowan to lead the way. Lyra remained on the dais a moment longer, her gaze narrowing as she sensed a flicker of dark energy, an echo of the wards she had destroyed, but now more insidious, like embers secretly smoldering under ash. With the council's permission, Lyra slipped from the dais and followed Rowan down the stone path toward the western courtyard, where an enormous oak once burned by Corovin's orders still stood, its giant trunk now hollowed and blackened. Tonight, it served as a storage space for sealed grain sacks. But as Lyra and Rowan approached, they saw a group of cloaked figures slipping away into the shadows, their hoods hiding their faces. At the oak space lay scattered shards of black glass, remnants of a broken mirror that Lyra recognized with alarm, the same obsidian used by Draven Ward's acolyte to create dark charms. Lila knelt to inspect the shards. "Someone's trying to infuse new wards," she whispered, her voice tight. These shards were part of an artifact that siphoned Earth's energy. If reassembled, it could reverse the rite of Earth, leeching away fertility. Rowan moved to intercept the fleeing figures but was too late. They melded into the nearby forest, vanishing like smoke. Lysandra arrived with a detachment of guards, their swords drawn. "Did you see which way they went?" she demanded. Lyra stepped back, watching a lone shard glint in the torchlight. "They fled toward Raven's Hollow," she said. Raven's Hollow was a deep canyon west of the manor, where whispering winds tumbled into shadowed depths. The hollow's steep walls and rocky outcrops provided perfect cover. "If we want to stop them, we must move quickly." Caldwell arrived, eyeing the broken fragments at Lyra's feet. "This is concerning," he said, bending to examine them. "It appears an operative, possibly a surviving loyalist of Corovin's regime, has attempted to resurrect his dark power. Rowan, Lysandra, secure these shards and bring them to me. Lyra and Ambrose, track those who fled." We cannot allow any revival of Korovin's influence. Elora joined Lyra then, her expression pale but resolute. Be careful, Lyra. We have banished enough darkness. Do not let this threat undo what we have built. Lyra tucked the largest shard into her satchel, rolling it in cloth to prevent residual curses from lashing out. She fastened her dagger at her side and nodded to Ambrose, who had arrived at the courtyard's edge. Together, they moved toward the forest's shadowed entrance. Rowan and Lysandra followed, ensuring the council's ratification could continue under Lucas's watchful eyes. Under the hem of Raven's Hollow's jagged walls, the moon shone weakly, its silver light muted by drifting clouds. The hollow yawned like a cavernous maw, whispering as the wind brushed over jagged rocks. Lyra felt a tightening in her chest. Though the rites they had conducted were potent, sinister forces remained. She drew the reflection mirror from her belt and held it aloft. Its surface remained clear, ready to expose any dark enchantments. Ambrose stepped forward, pressing a fingertip to each shard as they progressed along the path. Serena's rights held firm once, he muttered, but those who cling to Korovin's legacy seek any means of revenge. We must be prepared for illusions and traps. The hollow is prone to echoing spirits, false lights, and wraith-like wails meant to unnerve travelers. Lyra's eyes glowed with determination. Then we go together. Let no shadow deceive us. They pressed deeper into Raven's Hollow, where ancient oaks clawed at the overcast sky. The hush in the woods felt oppressive, as though watchers lingered just beyond their sight. A low, mournful howl echoed through the canyon walls, a trick of the wind, or a warning cry from a restless spirit. Lyra tightened her grip on the mirror, its surface reflecting the gnarled trees and roiling mist so perfectly that the real and the reflected merged unervingly. A whisper drifted along the ground, a voice that rasped, "Return what you stole, or the valley shall wilt." Lyra narrowed her eyes. Recognizing whispers of the dead was almost second nature to her, but this voice sounded cold, resentful, and faintly malevolent. "They mock our rights," Ambrose said, hand on his staff. "These are not the voices of grateful spirits. Tread carefully." At a twisted oak half fallen across the path, they discovered the cloaked figures hunched over a makeshift altar. The altar was carved into the oak's exposed roots, a shallow bowl filled with dark soil, into which the shards had been inserted like grotesque seeds. The bowl dripped with a sludge made from decomposed herbs, belladonna, wolfsbane, and nightshade, the potent ingredients of Korovin's darkest magics. The ground around the oak was pockmarked with roots that writhed like serpents, as though the land itself rejected this perversion. Lyra raised the reflection mirror, angling it so that the torchlight from Caldwell's envoy reached its surface. The shards etiolated with a hiss, their black runes recoiling as though burned by the mirror's purity. The alcove's hollowed earth trembled. Ambrose stepped forward, reciting an incantation meant to cleanse malevolent soil. "Banished joy and blighted seed. By breath and flame, by word and deed. Unbind the curse, release the chain. Let fertile earth arise again." The sludge bubbled and steamed, as roots contracted and groaned. Lyra and Ambrose combined their voices into a resonant chant that echoed through the hollow. With each syllable, the soil's color lightened, oozing blackness drained away, revealing rich brown earth. The shards cracked and crumbled under Lyra's steady gaze, their fragments blowing apart like dust in the wind. When the final shard shattered, a crack ran along the oak's trunk straight down its heart, symbolic of Corovan's legacy finally broken. The cloaked figures, a group of three, one of whom was the acolyte newly allied with Lyra, froze. Then Rowan and Lysandra emerged from the shadows, weapons drawn. The acolyte dropped his hood, revealing a face dogged by regret. "I was there when Corovan's chants were first passed down," he confessed. "I thought if I preserved them, I could protect the valley from worse chaos. I see now how blind I was." Rowan relaxed his stance but kept his sword ready. "You will face Caldwell's justice. But first, help us seal this place. Tell us all you know of those who served Corovan's dark orders." As the moon broke through drifting clouds, the group set to work. Ambrose sprinkled blessed ash over the altar, sealing the earth. Lyra, heart swelling with quiet pride, reburied the shards and laid white flowers atop the disturbed soil. The once twisted roots began to soften, spreading into the loosened dirt as if eager to reclaim their rightful place. Rowan and Lysandra guided the surviving acolyte to stand before them no longer as a prisoner, but as a witness whose confession could purge any lingering darkness from the valley's memory. By the time they returned to Corovan Manor, the first tendrils of dawn had silenced the hollow's whispers. The council courtyard was stirring, Caldwell and his envoys prepared for the day's responsibilities. Rowan reported their success, and Elora awaited Lyra's return. The steward's dignified expression softened into a relieved smile as Lyra recounted the events. "Your vigilance has saved us from another darkness," Caldwell said gravely. Corovan's shadow thinned, but it was not fully dispelled. "Thanks to you, his last hold has been broken." Elora embraced her daughter, who felt both exhausted and exhilarated. "You have upheld our covenant, Lyra. The valley is safer because of your courage." Ambrose, standing beneath the newly restored oak in the courtyard, placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder. "You carry a rare gift, a bridge between worlds that keeps Grimwood safe. Remember to tend your spirit as diligently as you tend the land." As the morning sun spilled across the manor's stone wings, life resumed with renewed vigor. Caldwell convened a special session of the council to ratify the final clauses of the articles prohibiting dark rituals, mandating the safe disposal of cursed items, and establishing a new branch of Watchers to monitor arcane disturbances. Rowan and Lysandra were appointed to train these Watchers, select villagers chosen for their integrity and loyalty, ensuring no thread of Corovan's malice could creep through the seams of their new order. By midday, old hollow fields had been transformed. Rows of young saplings rose where wildflowers had once lain, and where the earth had been broken by ritual, farmers now gazed at the first shoots of winterweed. The air carried a heady mixture of the earth's renewed fertility and the hopeful chatter of villagers sharing plans where to build a new schoolhouse, how to expand a communal granary, and how to craft a legal system that would endure generations. High above, Lyra climbed to the ridge overlooking Raven's Hollow. She paused at the edge, touching the reflection mirror as if to affirm its calm. Beneath her, the willow groves that had once echoed with dark incantations now glowed with the golden promise of dawn. In the hush between gusts of wind, she heard a faint sigh, an echo of gratitude from the land itself. When she spoke, her voice carried softly. "Spirits of old, I thank you. Truly, this valley shall never forget the cost of its freedom. And as long as we walk the land with hearts open and hands steady, no shadow can claim dominion over Grimwood again." As she descended, Lyra saw Father Alden, a kindly priest from the neighboring abbey, waiting to bless the site where Corobin's tower once stood. Old stones had been cleared, and in their place a dais of white marble would be erected, a monument not to power, but to reconciliation and remembrance. Lyra joined his blessing ceremony, sprinkling water upon consecrated ground while children banged on small drums, marking the end of fear's reign and the beginning of a legacy rooted in shared hope. Late that afternoon, Lyra returned to the council chamber for a final meeting before the steward's departure. Lord Caldwell addressed the assembled representatives. "Tomorrow, I resume my journey to the Valley Court to report our progress. I leave you in the capable hands of Captain Lysandra and Lyra, who will continue to oversee the land's spiritual and legal welfare. I have faith that Grimwood's people are now the guardians of their own destiny." Applause rang throughout the chamber as Caldwell withdrew. Lyra stepped forward to speak one final time. "We have rooted out Corobin's darkness, rekindled the four flames, and forged new paths of justice. Our work continues, but we must never forget that these fields, these forests, and these homes are ours to protect. May our hearts remain steadfast, our minds guided by compassion, and our spirits open to the wisdom of the unseen." The representatives rose, pledging their ongoing support, and the council adjourned. As villagers streamed out, enveloping the courtyard in a wave of chatter, Lyra lingered with Elora and Ambrose near the western oak where the last wards had been broken. A gentle breeze ruffled their hair, carrying the faint scent of pine resin and fresh soil. Elora turned to her daughter, pride shining in her eyes. "You have done what few could have dreamed possible, restored hope where there was none." Lyra smiled, her gaze drifting to the horizon where the sun was beginning its descent. "We did it together. And now, we hold the future in our hands." Ambrose nodded gravely. "Your journey is far from over, but I have every confidence that Grimwood's light will endure. Remember always, the spirits are with you, but so are your people. Trust in both." Under the rose-gold sky, Lyra felt the weight of that promise settling in her chest like a seed planted deep in the soil. In the days to come, she would keep watch, guiding the valley's spirit, tending its land, and ensuring that no ember of fear or tyranny could ever flicker to life again. For now, as the valley exhaled a collective sigh of renewal, she knew that Grimwood's story, once forged in darkness, had turned toward the dawn. Autumn's chill lingered in the dawn air, and a pale mist curled through Grimwood's valleys like a restless spirit. In the days since Lord Caldwell's departure, the Council of Renewal had settled into an encouraging rhythm. Committees assigned responsibilities for rebuilding the mill, organizing grain reserves for winter, and planning communal granaries. But as harvest approached, Subtle unease began to flicker through the villages. Farmers reported pockets of soil in which seeds refused to sprout, artisans found workshops shuttered by absent hands, and a rumor of bandits operating near the eastern foothills fanned itself into anxious conversations around hearth fires. Lyra awoke before sunrise one morning, unsettled by a dream that faded like smoke on waking. In her dream, she stood beneath the ancient oak of Raven's Hollow, but instead of leaves, its branches were hung with shadowy lanterns that pulsed with a sickly green light. From among the lanterns drifted whispers, half voices, half echoes saying, "The corruption lies deeper. Beneath fields and counsel, a poison gathers." When she reached to touch one lantern, it dissolved into ash and stung her hand, leaving behind a smoldering ember shaped like a thorn. Heart pounding, Lyra rose and donned her cloak before the household stir. Elora joined her quietly in the eastern alcove, candlelight flickering over her gentle face. "I heard you stir," Elora said. "Do you feel ill?" Lyra shook her head. "It was not illness, Mother, but a warning. The spirits of the oak spoke of a poison in the soil, not one caused by Korovin's wards, but older, something forgotten. We cleared the obvious taint, but maybe something deeper remains." She tapped the reflection mirror at her belt. "I saw the ember shaped like a thorn. It felt like an echo of something long buried, far beneath Raven's Hollow." Elora's lips parted, concern in her eyes. "Then we must seek Ambrose's counsel," she said. "He can interpret such visions. In the meantime, rest. Let the council carry on without worry of your health." Lyra hesitated, but nodded. Exhaustion from weeks of travel and ritual had made her body ache. She returned to her bedchamber and lay in silence, willing herself into a light doze until the dawn chorus of birds called her to rise. By mid-morning, she felt stronger. She found Ambrose in the library's east wing, poring over ancient tomes of earth magic and spirit lore. The air smelled of dust, old leather, and faint lavender, her mother's hand in sealing protective herbs between pages. "Ambrose," Lyra began, voice taut with urgency. "I had a dream last night, a warning from the spirits of Raven's Hollow. They spoke of a poison older than Korovin's spells. Something long forgotten, buried beneath earth and council alike. Do you know what this could mean?" Ambrose looked up, his dark eyes reflecting understanding. "The valley's memory runs deep, Lyra. Korovin's corruption was one wound we could see and heal. But during his reign, he also cut off the councils that honored the old pacts between the people, the land, and the unseen guardians such as the Wind Sovereign and the Earth Mother. If those pacts remained unrenewed, the land would bear scars no ritual could erase easily. The ember you saw in your dream could be a fragment of that ancient breach." Lyra clenched her fists. "What must we do?" "The council believes we are done, the four flames are lit, the laws are written, the steward has gone north. Yet if there is deeper evil, Grimwood remains at risk." Ambrose nodded gravely. "We must journey beyond Raven's Hollow to the old pit, where the first settlers established a ceremonial mound to honor the four guardians. There, we sealed the original pacts with earth, fire, water, and air stones. The harm wrought by Korovin's silence of those traditions may have weakened the mount's wards. If the mount's foundations are fractured, if someone has tampered with its stones, then the entire valley could once again become vulnerable. Elora had entered quietly behind them, her eyes glistening with resolve. "Then we go to the old pit," she said firmly. "Lyra and Ambrose, Rowan, and Jarek shall accompany you. We will make a proper offering there, sow new wards and renew our pledges to the land." Ambrose gathered his robes and the silvered staff. "I will bring the scroll of the four stones taught to me by spirit kinsman Vander. It contains the rites to fortify the original pacts. We must plant new protective runes at each cardinal point around the mound. In the wrong hands, that scroll can be misused. We should keep it close." Lyra nodded, raising the reflection mirror. "I will monitor any dark echoes. Rowan, assemble a small detachment of watchers to station at key passes. We must not be ambushed." Rowan, standing at the doorway, inclined his head. "Consider it done," he said. "I will bring Garrick and Mary's, veteran shields of the council, and two of the new watchers, Linwen and Drustin. They know the trails well." He cast a glance at Elora. "Will you join, mistress? Or remain to guide the council if any urgent matters arise?" Elora touched Lyra's cheek. "I will remain, for now. The council needs a steady presence in the coming weeks. But my heart is with you, and I will come if needed. Take care of the scroll, and of yourselves." Ambrose and Lyra exchanged a glance. Elora's protective instinct mirrored their own. As they stepped into the crisp morning air, a quiet determination bound them. Beyond the chapel steeple and the rising smoke of village chimneys, the forest lay waiting, its secrets held in whispering leaves. By noon, the party assembled at the old stable behind the manor, Lyra and Ambrose, Captain Rowan, Jarek, Linwen composed and attentive, and Drustin tall as a sapling with a shock of auburn hair and quick, guarded eyes. They loaded provisions into saddlebags, dried rations, warm cloaks, flasks of consecrated spring water, and small bundles of protective ammonite crystals. Rowan's horse, Embermane, stamped nervously as Mary's, the other watcher, offered a final pat and word of encouragement. As they set off along the rocky road westward, the villagers paused their labors to watch them go, a hush of hope and worry falling over the fields. Some children tailed the riders for a moment, waving sticks like makeshift lances. Lyra offered a gentle smile before urging her mount forward. She carried in her heart the weight of both the valley's hope and her own fears. The road descended into a gorge where the trees closed overhead. Shafts of light filtered through golden leaves, illuminating a path strewn with chestnuts and fallen acorns. The forest here felt older than anywhere else in Grimwood, oaks and beeches twisted into grand arches, their roots forming natural bridges across tiny brooks. Lyra's senses heightened. She listened for the faint hum of winged guardians but sensed only the rustle of forest creatures, squirrels chasing each other, the distant bark of a fox, a hawk's lonely cry. They paused at the mouth of Raven's Hollow, where the ravine's shadows stretched across the path. Rowan dismounted and held out a hand to steady Lyra. "From here on, the trail narrows," he said. "Let the watchers guide us." Linwen, a lean, dark-eyed woman of keen perception, led the party along a narrower trail that skirted a rocky ledge above a small chasm. Dappled sunlight danced on her path, making the ground slick with fallen leaves. Her soft boots made no sound as she journeyed, a testament to her years as a tracker. Drustin followed behind her, his broad shoulders tense but his gaze detached, an attitude learned from years guarding caravans on dangerous roads. He carried a short bow, its string taut, and a quiver of arrows fletched with red fever feather. Jarek rode beside Lyra, sword sheathed but hand touching the hilt, ever vigilant. Ambrose and Lyra rode together in the center. Ambrose's robes fluttered as he clutched the scroll of the four stones inside a thick leather tube strapped to his saddle. The scroll's soft leather cover bore embossed figures of a swirling wind, a flowing river, a flaming torch, and a humble stone symbols of the four guardians. The procession wound deeper, until at last they reached the foothills that cradled the old pit. A mist clung to the low ground, coiling around the trees' bases like silent guardians. As they dismounted, the watchers formed a perimeter, scanning each shadow for signs of ambush. Before them, a shallow depression in the earth stretched 50 paces width, the old pit, once a broad expanse of ceremonial grounds where the First Council had sworn its pacts. Now the pit's central mound rose like a solitary sentinel, capped by heather and moss, its grassy sides revealing a few depressions where the earth had slumped over centuries. Trees had grown upon it, birch and elm whose roots twisted into the mound's heart. Large boulders ringed the clearing, pockmarked stones carved with spiral runes, their edges worn by time. Ambrose dismounted and approached the mound's center, placing the scroll upon a mossy stone. He unrolled it, revealing a series of diagrams and incantations. The ink was faded but legible, written in a careful hand centuries old. Lyra watched as he touched each symbol reverently before beginning the ritual. "First," Ambrose said, "we must cleanse the mound's heart. The soil still bears Korovin's broken wards and deeper stains of neglect. I will lead the chant, you all must accompany me in unison." He traced a circle around the mound with the curved staff of elderwood while continuing, "Chant with me, spirits of stone, guardians of hearth and home, we honor the pact first sown. Let your bedrock awaken, our covenant unshaken." The party joined, voices low but resolute. A wind rose, swirling around the clearing, carrying leaves and a faint hum of voices, an echo of the First Council's oath. Ambrose scattered a handful of bound herb mixture, sage, lavender, and rue around the mound's base. The air brightened, shifting from dusk's gray to a gentle glow, as if the forest recognized their purpose. Jarek knelt and placed a runic tablet of pure quartz at the eastern point of the mound, while Linwen fitted a clay bowl of consecrated ash into the western notch in the pond's ancient ring. Rowan and Drustin bore a small flaming brazier to the southern side, where Rowan poured coals onto a slab of granite to kindle a single flame. Lyra, guided by Ambrose's instructions, laid down a small bowl of spring water at the northern edge, murmuring, "By this water we honor the river's flow, may this land feed all whom it knows." Each action sent a tangible pulse through the mound, as if the earth sighed in response. As the elements aligned, air in the swirling breeze, water in the bowl, fire in the brazier, and earth in the mound's very core, the circle of renewal snapped into completion. The 4 guardian stones embedded into the mound's ring glowed, the quartz radiating purity, the granite spark with warmth, the ash ground stone shimmering silver, and the bowl of water reflecting the pale sun. But as the party exulted in this success, a low rumble echoed through the clearing. The earth beneath the mound trembled, and the runes on the guardian stones flickered, rippling as though alive. Lyra felt a tendril of panic coil in her chest. This was no sign of mischief, but of a power deep beneath the soil, awakening, and uncertain of their intent. Ambrose's voice rose above the tremor. "Stand firm. The mound tests us. Show it our unity." He raised his arms, eyes focused on the trembling earth. "By the fire's warmth, water's flow, air's breath, and earth's hold, we renew our bond. Let no darkness remain to take hold." Lyra joined, voice strong. "We bind our hearts to this land, in faith, and in care. Let the mound's guardians watch over us, an oath carved in seasons, now sealed with our promise." The earth stilled, the stones glowed bright, and a warm wave washed through the clearing, gentle, pervasive, like a mother's embrace. Birds alighted on low branches, their calls clear and welcoming. The forest exhaled, and the guardian stones settled into a constant, comforting pulse. Yet before the party could fully bask in this renewal, curses of tinkering dark magic flared, high-pitched shrieks echoed from the eastern thicket, and out stepped a tall figure draped in a tattered gray cloak, hood hiding the face. Long strands of ashen hair slipped beneath the hood. In one gaunt hand, the stranger held a carved staff crowned with a single umbral crystal dark as night. In the other, a handful of soil from the mound's perimeter. "Fools!" the stranger spat, voice brittle as cracked ice. "You think you have found the earth's heart. You know nothing of the ancient shadows. This soil you place in yourself is tainted with the bones of the first betrayer. I will remind you of who commands these mounds." He flung the handful of soil into the brazier's flames. Sparks hissed and transformed into smoky tendrils that snaked through the clearing, seeking to ensnare the guardian stones. Lyra's pulse spiked as the smoky tendrils twisted around the quartz stone at her feet, threatening to extinguish its glow. She brandished the reflection mirror, angling its surface so the sunlight filtered now through the forest canopy caught its edge. A shock of white light exploded from the mirror, severing the smoky tendril with a crack like a lightning strike. The dark man recoiled, chest heaving. Ambrose advanced, staff raised. "You dare claim authority over the ancient pacts? Reveal yourself." The stranger tossed back his hood, revealing a gaunt, hollow face, skin stretched thin over high cheekbones and a pair of cobalt eyes that glowed with stony malice. "I am Ethan Ravencroft," he snarled. "Descendant of the first betrayer. When the old pacts were forged, my ancestor refused to pledge his loyalty. He was cast out, and the mounds built to seal him away. When Corobin built his tyranny, he found my line and welcomed my hatred of the council. He bound me to his twisted cause and let me feed on raw earth, learning how to unravel the stone's magic. Now I return to show Grimwood the folly of its pride. Rowan drew his sword, muscles coiled. Your ancestor was a coward. Peace and renewal have vanquished your lies. Leave now or face justice. Ethan's lips curled into a grin, and he raised the crystal staff. Justice. You speak of justice. I am beyond its reach. Witness the true power of forgotten pacts. He slashed the staff downward, unleashing a wave of smoky earth that billowed toward Lyra and Ambrose, seeking to infect the guardian stones once more. Lyra's mind snapped into focus. She kept her gaze fixed on the quartz stone as the smoky torrent curled toward it. She murmured a phrase from Saranya's journal, an invocation of light born from compassion, bright of heart and clear of mind. Let love's pure light banish the blind. A blast of white radiance surged from the reflection mirror in her hand, meeting the smoky wave halfway. The collision formed a column of radiant energy that blazed like a miniature sun. The smoky darkness recoiled, hissing, shrinking until it snapped back into the mound's earth like a wounded serpent. Ethan hissed in frustration. You cheat with borrowed power. This valley shall drown in woe once the ancient pacts are twisted anew. He hurled the staff at Ambrose, but the mage raised his staff in defense. Light arced around Ethan's weapon, vaporizing it into splinters of shadow that dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, Linwen launched herself forward, dagger drawn, and struck Ethan's arm, drawing back a spray of dark ichor. Ethan roared, staggering, and Drustin loosed an arrow that pinned the betrayed cloak to a low branch. As Ethan tried to tear himself free, Lyra stepped before him in the ruin of his victory. Your hate ends here, she said, voice calm but firm. She raised the reflection mirror once more, angling it so that the silver coils of its frame caught the remaining sunlight. The blade of her dagger glowed faintly, touched by the same compassion-fueled chant. May this valley's heart remain unshaken by tyrants, traitors, or dark legacies. Return to the earth your malice came from. Ethan's eyes flickered from cobalt to ash, and he fell to his knees, shaking. The guardian stones brightened one final time, sending a pulse across the clearing. The tremor rippled through Ethan, and he crumpled, unconscious, his powers dissipated like a candle snuffed. Rowan and the Watchers surrounded him, securing his haunted form in a protective sash of woven iron and runic cloth. Ambrose lifted the acolyte's staff, once Ethan's, now a twisted relic of betrayal, and shattered the crystal tip with a strike of his staff. As the shards scattered, they embedded themselves into the mound's earth, where Lyra and Jarek quickly covered them with fresh soil. A hush settled as the last echo of Ethan's defiance faded. The air felt restorative, clean, alive, free of rancor. The guardian stones pulsed with quiet assurance, as though offering a blessing of permanence to their renewed pacts. Lyra knelt by the quartz stone and pressed her palm to the earth at the mound's center. By the wisdom of the First Council and the strength of our faith, we seal this clearing. Let no shadow rise again to claim these stones, and let no heart stray from compassion's path. Ambrose raised his staff overhead, voice resonant. Spirits of stone, water, fire, and air, hear our plea, Weave the bonds renewed this day into every root and every beam, so that all who call Grimwood home shall walk in harmony with land and with one another. A chorus of birdsong swelled from the forest, and even the distant brook's murmur seemed to join the affirmation. The mound's runes glowed in unison, each stone reflecting the chant's final syllable. As the party prepared to return to Korovin Manor, the morning sun climbed higher, illuminating the old pit in a golden haze. Lyra felt a wash of relief and cautious triumph. They had faced the deepest corruption in Grimwood's history, and rooted it firmly in earth, never to bloom again. Yet as they descended the ridge, Rowan reported, Steward Caldwell's envoys have reached out. They wish to hold a location on the mound's site for official ceremonies. They request that Ethan Ravencroft be transported to the Hall of Justice within the manor and held until the Valley Court decides his fate. Elora answered, We will provide for his guarding. Let justice be tempered with mercy so that even once twisted souls may seek redemption. She paused, glancing at Lyra. The valley owes you its peace, child. But do not forget that among our neighbors, the work of healing is never truly done. Lyra nodded, her gaze drifting to the now still mound. I understand. We have sowed the seeds of renewal, now we must nourish them, tending fields, laws, and hearts, each season and each year, so that no darkness takes root again. Ambrose smiled, white hair catching the sun. Together, we will keep watch as guardians of Grimwood's soul, and stewards of its future. Under the gentle arc of the afternoon sky, the five set out back toward the manor, their steps light and their spirits fortified. Behind them, the old pit stood silent and unassailable, its gate stones pulsing with a quiet glow, an eternal testament to the valley's courage, compassion, and unbreakable bond with earth and sky. The days that followed the renewal of the old pit passed in a flurry of activity. Farmers harvested the ripening wheat sheaves, their scythes glinting under a crisp autumn sun, while artisans labored to convert Korovin Manor's workshops into communal forges, looms, and classrooms. The Council of Renewal moved beyond foundational laws to cultural rebirth, planning a harvest festival to coincide with the year's turning, establishing a volunteer healers circle led by Elora, and constructing the Mage's Alcove, Ambrose's idea to offer a safe haven for the study of benevolent magic. For a time, Grimwood teemed with optimism. Children laughed as they raced along the winding paths between barns, elders gathered at the Abbey's refurbished courtyard to share stories, and the new watchers Linwen, Drustin, Garrick, and Marys patrolled with quiet confidence, ensuring that no rogue shadow slipped into the valley's heart. Yet beneath this veneer of prosperity, a faint tremor stirred, so subtle that most dismissed it as the natural tensions that accompany any grand transformation. Lyra sensed it first, a sudden chill in the corridor of the eastern wing, as though the very stones remembered whispers they ought to have forgotten. The reflection mirror at her belt silent and clear, since Raven's Hollow absorbed a pale, bluish light whenever she neared the old dungeons, as if unseen forces still lingered just beyond mortal sight. Whispers, half-formed and distant, would brush the edges of her consciousness. You cannot escape the debt owed. The keeper still wakes. On the sixth night after the old pit's rite, Lyra awoke in a cold sweat, heart pounding. In her dreams, the four guardian stones glowed a dim red, their runes fractured and bleeding into the earth. From the mound's summit came a voice like rusted iron, "The debt remains. Your packs are hollow. The keeper beckons." She rose in the darkness, unsettled, and stole into the alcove where Ambrose often studied. The mage was indeed there, poring over an unreadable volume of cryptic glyphs. He looked up, as though anticipating her arrival. "You've come," he said quietly. "I feared the whispers might return tonight." Lyra sank onto a stool beside his desk. "I dreamt of the guardian stones faltering, and heard a voice calling of a keeper. Serenus spirits would not speak of this. What debt remains?" Ambrose closed the book and regarded her with solemn eyes. Long before Corobin's tyranny, before even the first council sealed the pacts, there existed a keeper, a guardian spirit bound to fertility, justice, and the fair distribution of the land's bounty. He was honored at each harvest, called forth to bless the crops. In return, the people offered homage, but over centuries, the keeper's name fell from memory. The pact that bound him to this valley grew dormant, and, like any covenant ignored, it grew hollow. Corobin's reign shattered the council that might have renewed that bond, and though we have restored the four flames, the keeper's essence has not been given rebirth. Now he wanders the edges of this world, a spirit wounded by neglect, growing bitter. Lyra's breath caught. So he is not an enemy, only a guardian deprived of his due. Ambrose nodded. If we do not honor him before the harvest moon wanes, he may strike out in anger. A wounded guardian can become a vengeful force, robbing fields of their fertility, turning winds to dust, unraveling the pacts we have so carefully renewed. Lyra pressed her palm to her brow. What must we do? Ambrose stood and retrieved a small pouch of ivory dust engraved with the keeper's sigil, a lone spiral encircled by a wreath of sheaves. We must prepare an offering of reverence during the harvest festival. A feast of the valley's produce, the first fruits of our revived land presented under the guardian stones themselves, along with a new incantation to revive the keeper's spirit. If that incantation fails, the keeper's wrath will be no mere storm but a scourge. Elora approached, having listened unseen. Then we must inform the council, so that every hearth can contribute. We cannot risk doing this in secret. Ambrose hesitated, then nodded. You are right. The keeper belongs to all, not only to those who remember him. We will need the council's support to gather first fruits offerings from each village. Lyra rose and wrapped her cloak around her. Then let us speak with Lord Caldwell at first light. The festival is only 4 days away, and there is much to prepare. At dawn, they found Lord Caldwell conferring with Lysandra in the council chamber. Fleet sheets of parchment and urns of ink cluttered the dais. As Lyra and Elora described the keeper's plight, Caldwell's judgment darkened. He pressed his hand to the scroll of the 4 stones, now safely stored in the chamber's alcove. By neglecting the keeper's place in our society, we set ourselves up for this crisis, he said. We must not repeat Corobin's error of ignoring ancient responsibilities. The harvest festival must include a public ceremony of homage. Every household will bring their first fruits, grains, fruits, cheeses, even crafted goods symbolizing fertility to present at the guardian stones. Rowan, standing guard behind Caldwell, nodded and fixed his gaze on the council talisman beside the dais, a disc of blue glass etched with wind motifs. I will have the watchers guide those who cannot travel to the old pit. We cannot allow any family to feel excluded. Elora cleared her throat. The incantation, you know, Ambrose, must be taught to all who bear offerings. We should hold rehearsals in each village to ensure no one stumbles in the ceremony. Caldwell folded his hands. Then it is decided. Let the council bear word at once. Tonight, we announce the keeper's reckoning, and tomorrow we prepare the fields and hearths for what must be an unprecedented show of unity. May no voice forget his name. As the council dispersed, Lyra turned to Ambrose. I will coordinate the chants and teach them morning and evening. We cannot risk the keeper's fury on a single error. Ambrose placed a hand on her shoulder. You have guided this valley through trials no other could bear. Your spirit shines brighter than any fell beacon. Together, we shall call forth the keeper's grace. In the days that followed, Grimwood's villages buzzed with anticipation and purpose. At dawn in North Reach Hamlet, villagers gathered in the central square. Jarek and Linwen stood on the raised platform, instructing the crowd in the keeper's hymn. Keeper of fields, guardian of seed, hear our plea as we heed your need. Fertile earth and bountiful birth, grant your blessing across the earth. Farmers stepped forward with sheaves bound in red ribbons. Miners from the eastern ridge brought gleaming gemstones representing the soil's hidden wealth. Fisherfolk offered baskets of silver-scaled trout, and shepherds paraded lambs that would be part of the communal feast. Each offering bore a small token, an amulet or a ribbon bearing the keeper's sigil to remind all that the spirit was present. By dusk, Linwen and Jarek had visited 5 other villages, teaching the chants melody and reciting instructions for the ceremony at the old pit. Lively campfires crackled as families slept under star-pierced skies, clutching handfuls of corn, root vegetables, fruits, and crafted ribbons, symbols of their gratitude and hope. On the dawn of the festival, the valley hummed like a living thing. Lyra, Ambrose, Rowan, and Impamos, who had taken charge of children's offerings, rode to the old pit ahead of the crowds. Morning mist gilded the clearing in silver, and the guardian stones stood sentinel, ancient runes gleaming like watchful eyes. Suddenly, a distant drum rolled through the hills, a summons echoing across fields, stirring hearts and minds. Watchers lined the path, forming an unbroken column from each village to the mound. Each group bore offerings, baskets laden with plump autumn apples, snow-white pumpkins, braided cheeses, bowls of honey, and crafted tools stamped with the keeper's spiral. Elders led the younger generations, who looked around in awe, gazing at the pulsing runes and hungrily awaiting the ceremony. As the first line of villagers reached the clearing, Ambrose raised his staff in signal. Rowan and Lysandra stood flanking the mound, flanking 2 lanterns of purified flame. Elora assembled the litanies and called first to the keeper. Keeper, whose touch turns soil to sustenance. We who till your fields offer these gifts in reverence. Bind us once more in covenant true, so that bounteous harvests may spring anew. Lyra stepped forward, elevating the clay dish of ivory dust she carried. At her sign, each villager took a pinch of the ivory mixture and let it drift into the wind. The dust swirled upward, white motes dancing until they fell like soft rain on wreaths of berries, sheaves of grain, and wreaths of wild flowers laid at the mound's base. In unison, the assembled voices lifted the keeper's hymn. The wind answered, rustling leaves overhead, and the runes on the stones glowed brighter, pulsing in rhythm with each refrain. Keeper of fields, guardian of seed, we bind ourselves in words and deed. Grant us your grace, your bountiful yield, as we plant your blessing in field and field. At the song's climax, a shaft of pure, white light descended from the morning sky, focusing on the tallest guardian stone, a granite monolith carved with interlocking spirals. A soft, resonant hum emanated from the stone, vibrating through feet and bones, as though the spirit of the keeper rose to gather countless prayers. Over the hum, Lyra heard a voice like ancient thunder, saying, I remember. I return. The hum surged into a gentle roar, and the runes on all four stones shimmered as if awakened by a long-lost song. Light streamed across the clearing, reaching out to every participant. Each villager felt it, a warmth suffusing the chest, a clarity filling the mind, a purpose infusing the limbs. The keeper accepted their tribute and, in turn, restored his vow to guard the valley's fertility and justice. Just as the light reached its apex, a sudden cacophony rent the air, a howl of anguish that rattled bones and terrified hearts. The oak ring at the mound's edge twisted into a nightmarish silhouette, and a fissure cracked through the earth where the northern guardian stone stood. A shadow rose from the crack, a figure that was neither spirit nor human but a monstrous fusion of both, half-formed in shape, with eyes like coals smoldering in a hollow of steam-black flesh, and arms that ended in gnarled, root-like claws. It raised its head in silent roar, and the very air froze. Alarmed villagers cried out and stumbled back, clutching small children. Rowan shouted, "Stand fast! Do not break the circle!" He and Lysandra drew their swords, while Linwen and Drustin fell back to form a protective shield around the mound. Ambrose seized the keeper's scroll and held it before the creature, a shield of ancient blessings meant to protect the last of the keeper's rights. Lyra's heart pounded. She recognized this abomination from the earliest chapters of Grimwood's forgotten lore, the root fiend, a corrupted spawn born of changeless earth, bound by grudge, buried when the keeper first sealed the pacts. It had lain dormant since the valley's founding, but only half buried when Korovin's reign fractured the land's magic. Now, awakened by the keeper's ascension and the returning pacts, it sought vengeance upon the living, intent on tearing the valley's heart from the earth. The creature's maw opened in a silent scream, and vines studded with writhing thorns snapped from the chasm, curling through the air toward the guardian stones. "We must bind it," Ambrose shouted, clutching the scroll with one hand while drawing his staff with the other. He began to chant a sealing incantation, archaic words that trembled through the air, rallying currents of purification to encircle the root fiend. Lyra sprang to his side, her reflection mirror in one hand, her dagger in the other. She angled the mirror so its surface caught the first gleams of enchanted light emanating from the 4 guardian stones. The rays coalesced into a shield of brilliant white that repelled the snapping vines. "Focus on faith," she called to the villagers at the mound's base. "Lend your hearts to the keeper's cause." The villagers, now stunned but resolute, raised their arms and sang the keeper's hymn again, softly at first, then swelling into a chorus of unwavering devotion. The root fiend reeled, its shadowy form flickering as the combined power of the keeper's renewed pax and mortal faith battered its essence. It lashed out with a roar that rattled teeth, snapping its clawed limbs at Ambrose and Lyra. Ambrose intensified his chant. "By the vow we have pledged, by the gifts we bestow, return to the earth what you seek to overthrow. Foul root of resentment, bend to our plea. Let the keeper's mercy set all of us free." Rows of villagers kept their voices steady, and Linwen and Drustin circled the creature, clanking shields of oak and iron, keeping it hemmed in, preventing it from bursting into the crowd. Rowan advanced, sword raised, striking at any vine that reached beyond Ambrose's circle of light. Each time his blade met living wood twisted by hatred, it burst into embers, neutralized by the keeper's influence. Lyra, hands trembling, steadied the mirror, directing shafts of channeled light toward the root fiend's core. "Look upon the keeper's face," she called, invoking the creature's buried purpose. "Remember why you were born, to guard life, not destroy it." The root fiend's eyes flickered with recognition, an anguished glimmer within burning coals of rage. Its form shook, as if fighting a tremendous internal war. The fissure beneath it pulsed with fissures of white light tracing across the jagged rock. Ambrose raised his staff for a final invocation. "By Keeper's grace, by mortal vow, we demand your return to ash and bow. Mend your purpose and find reprieve, or wither away, forever bereaved." A brilliant beam of converging light sprang from the guardian stones, passing through Ambrose's staff and the reflection mirror, converging upon the root fiend's heart. For a breathless moment, the creature glowed, a melding of dark earth and searing white, and then it shrieked, a sound like splitting granite. The fissure collapsed, and the root fiend's bulk crumbled into a shower of glimmering dust and soft, fertile earth. Where its essence landed, tiny saplings shot up, unfurling vibrant green leaves, proved that the keeper's compassion had tempered vengeance into renewal. Silence followed that final cry, broken only by the villagers' ragged breathing and the hush of the newly sprouted saplings. Ambrose lowered his staff, and Lyra allowed herself a trembling exhale. The guardian stone's glow settled into a steady, warm radiance, the final sign that every ancient threat had been vanquished, every pact truly rekindled. Rowan sheathed his sword and turned to the watchers. "Gather what remains of the fiend," he directed. "Ensure no lingering bit of darkness remains to infect the valley." Jarek, kneeling by the newly sprouted saplings, laid a hand upon the soft soil. "Even in its ruin, it gives life. The Keeper's mercy extends to all things." Elora, who had watched the battle unfold from the outer circle, approached Lyra. "You have done more than bind a guardian. You have shown that forgiveness can reshape even the gravest wrongs." Lyra's voice wavered as she looked at the thriving saplings. The keeper's essence is strong when people remember him. We have saved Grimwood not only from Corovin's tyranny, but from forgetting our responsibilities to the land. This valley will flourish because we chose mercy over vengeance. Ambrose placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder. Your heart, brave as the keeper's own, guided us to preserve life. Remember always, the keeper's legacy lives in every harvest, every stone, and every breath of wind that carries seeds into the earth. As the harvest festival resumed, now honoring both the keeper and the fallen root fiend, villagers gathered to feast among the newly sprouting saplings. Banners of blue, green, gold, and white fluttered in the gentle breeze. Children wove wreaths from wild flowers, elders blessed hot bowls of stew spiced with root vegetables and herbs, and bards played tunes that lifted spirits and mended hearts. At twilight, Lyra climbed to the ridge above the old pit and gazed upon the moonlit valley. The fields shimmered with silvery promise, smoke spiraled from distant chimneys, and somewhere beneath the canopy of stars, the keeper's quiet laughter echoed, woven into every rustle of leaves. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the land's pulse beating under her feet, steady, vibrant, alive. She whispered into the gentle night, Keeper of fields, guardian of seed, we owe you our reverence. May this valley stand forever in the bond we share, each year renewed as long as people walk these lands with open hearts. As she descended the ridge, Rowan approached, his silhouette framed by the moon's glow. The valley sings, Lyra, he said. No darkness shall claim it again, so long as your light guides us. Lyra smiled, her reflection visible in the moonlit path. Then let us walk forward, together, as keepers of this reclaimed soul. Under the harvest moon's gentle radiance, Grimwood's heart beat strong, and its future, once shrouded in shadows, lay radiant with promise. A gentle autumn breeze swept across Grimwood under a pale harvest moon, carrying with it the scent of ripened grapes and wood smoke. After the triumphant harvest festival and the keeper's redemption, a sense of calm settled over the valley, fields lay golden, barns were stocked, and the newly planted saplings from the root fiends. Demise hummed with verdant promise. Yet beneath this calm, currents of tension stirred in the council halls and beyond, signaling that Grimwood's trials were not yet at an end. In Corovin Manor's Grand Council chamber, morning light filtered through stained glass windows repurposed by the villagers, now depicting scenes of renewal, the keeper's reawakening, the merging of the four flames, and hearts joined in unity. Lord Caldwell returned from his journey to the Valley Court, his fine, practical raiment neatly pressed, though faint worry lines etched across his brow. He had come bearing news from the distant courts, whispers of political upheaval, possible incursions from neighboring baronies, and questions regarding the legitimacy of the new council's authority. Without a formally installed steward. Early that morning, Caldwell assembled Lyra, Elora, Ambrose, Rowan, and the newly appointed council elders, Marian Frost representing North Reach, Thaddeus Yarrow of Greenthorn, and Celine Moreland of Elm's Edge in conference. The chamber's long oak table was strewn with parchment scrolls, charts of crop yields, and a sealed decree from the Valley Court's chancellor. Caldwell produced the document and broke the seal, his voice grave. By royal edict, the Valley Court acknowledges Grimwood's reclamation and its new council's governance, contingent upon certain obligations. First, specifies regular tributes of grain and timber to the central granary in Riverside Keep. Second, Grimwood must dispatch an envoy to the upcoming Interbarony Summit at Hymir Citadel 2 weeks hence, to reaffirm allegiance to the crown. Third, given the unrest along the western borders, banditry near the Blackthorn Pass, and rumors of raiders from the Storm Reach Marsh, Grimwood must raise a formal militia or pay a commuted levy to the Crown's forces. A hush spread. Lyra exchanged a concerned glance with Ambrose. Marian Frost cleared her throat. We have only just begun to mend our fields, Caldwell. I fear these obligations will strain our resources. Many villagers have already offered their last grain at the keeper's offering. Thaddeus Yarrow, a seasoned farmer whose lifeline depended on bountiful crops, narrowed his eyes. If we must produce more grain, we will need to open the communal granary to share resources fairly. Perhaps we can negotiate a reduced tribute in light of our recent suffering. Lord Caldwell nodded. I shall petition the Chancellor for leniency, but I cannot promise success. Meanwhile, we must prepare for the envoys and muster a defense, whether by our own militia or some allied detachment. Ellora rose, her silver hair gleaming like a halo in the sunlit chamber. Grimwood has proven that unity begets strength. I propose we establish the Order of the Golden Wreath, a volunteer corps composed of watchers, farmers, and artisans skilled with arms, a militia led by Captain Rowan, to ensure the valley's defense, without draining our coffers. Rowan inclined his head. I will train them in the skills needed, archery, basic tactics, and warding spells where Ambrose sees fit. We can forge uniforms dyed in the keeper's colors, green and gold, so they stand as both protectors and symbols of our renewed spirit. Celine Moreland, a healer and teacher from Elm's Edge, added, I will organize medical provisions and triage protocols, so that if conflicts arise, our wounded receive timely aid. Ambrose stepped forward, placing a hand upon the scroll of the 4 stones, which rested on the table. Furthermore, the Interbarony Summit could be leveraged to announce Grimwood's resurgence, attracting artisans, scholars, and scholars of magic. If we show ourselves as a bastion of benevolent magic and just governance, neighboring barons may be more inclined to ally with us than to see our fields pillaged. Lyra, seated near the chamber's stained glass window, rose then. Allow me to accompany Alder Moreland as part of the envoy to Hymir. I can offer a demonstration of the keeper's rites and the healing ceremonies we have developed. Let our valley's story serve as an example, that once shattered lands can thrive again. I will not speak of magic in a way that frightens them, only to share the practice of compassionate stewardship. Caldwell smiled, approval glinting in his eyes. Very well. Your voice carries weight, daughter of the Keeper's Gold. I shall request safe passage and an honorable status at the summit. But we depart within 10 days. Much remains to be arranged. That evening, as twilight draped the fields in violet shadows, Lyra met with Ambrose and elders Marian and Thaddeus beneath the guardian tree, a solitary oak planted at the mound's edge during the harvest festival. The earth around its roots was studded with the pale morning glow of tiny mushrooms that sprung from the root fiend's fall, signaling the valley's regenerative power. A gentle breeze rustled amber leaves, carrying the scent of late-blooming asters. Ambrose produced a folded scroll inscribed with the keeper's sigil. These are the letters inviting neighboring baronies to the summit, formally signed by the Chancellor himself. I have engraved protective wards upon them to ensure safe delivery. Lyra, as soon as you depart, carry them to Rowan's courier post at Greenthorn Road. The messenger will travel under the Watcher's guard. Lyra accepted the scroll, careful to cradle it as though it held her very destiny. "Thank you, Ambrose," she said quietly. "After the summit, I will return quickly. Meanwhile, let us prepare the Order of the Golden Wreath. Rowan, Thaddeus, do you have personnel in mind?" Thaddeus nodded, his lined face earnest. "I have spoken with many farmers who have practiced archery in their youth. We will convene a muster at Corbett's Field tomorrow at dawn. Each volunteer will bring their own bow or staff. We can train midfield under Rowan's supervision. Tori Moss has offered to use her communal granary to feed them during drills." Marion Frost stepped forward. "From Northreach, I will select artisans and blacksmiths. They will forge iron helms inscribed with the keeper's spiral for every recruit. With their craftsmanship and Rowan's tactics, our militia shall be capable. I will also bring the Weavers' Guild to produce standard cloaks for uniformity. Let them bear the keeper's colors, green for Earth's renewal, gold for harvest, blue for water's flow, and white for air's clarity." Rowan clasped his hands behind his back. "At dawn, we set the foundation. By dusk, we shall have formed our first cohort with practice strategies for defense and formation. I will design drills to ensure they can hold lines against a dozen bandits or more. Those lacking arms can serve as sappers, specialists in constructing barricades and digging trenches where necessary." Elora approached, her eyes reflecting pride. "I have arranged the healer's circle to set up makeshift infirmaries at key points along the valley. Should any of our new militia be wounded, they will be tended swiftly. I shall instruct them in field triage, wound binding, and spirit-soothing rituals that calm the fear that haunts battlefield horrors." As the assembly disbanded beneath the guardian oak, Lyra took one final moment to place a prayerful hand on the trunk. Its bark felt alive, humming with the keeper's gratitude. "I will not fail you," she whispered. "May your spirit guide us through whatever storm approaches." The next morning, the sun rose on a brisk mist that hung low in the hollows. Corbett's Field, once a patch of grey stubble, had been cleared and leveled for the militia's first muster. Farmers gathered in loose ranks, their bows and staff weapons slung over shoulders. Among them were inexperienced youths, as well as seasoned hunters whose eyes gleamed with do-or-die resolve. Rowan stood before them on a raised wooden platform, his armor polished but simple leather breastplate, green tabard embossed with the keeper's spiral. "Men, women, and skilled hands of Grimwood," Rowan called, voice carrying over the hushed chatter. "Today, we forge the Order of the Golden Wreath. We stand not as lords or vassals, but as equals bound by our love for this valley. Under my command, you will learn to defend our fields, homes, and each other. Let me see your weapons. Rows of bows were raised, logs and staffs were presented in deference. Rowan turned to Marion and the apprentices from Northreach. Inspect for flaws. No arrow shall break its shaft when fate demands it. No strap shall fail when life hangs in the balance. They knelt, examining wood grain, tautness of bowstrings, curvature of arrowheads, and balance of staffs. Lyra patrolled the ranks, her reflection mirror hung at her hip, its silver gleam a beacon of hope. She paused beside Tory Moss, who had taken command of provisions, knapsacks of dried fruits, cured meats, and loaves of rustic rye. Tory's apron was stained with flour and stitches of red and gold, signifying her commitment to providing for all. "Good morning, Lady Lyra," Tory greeted, offering a warm smile. "I have begun baking fresh loaves for those who cannot afford them, to ensure no one goes hungry during training." Lyra nodded gratefully. "And the fruits? Have you the berries and apples prepared?" "Buckets await at the granary gates," Tory replied. "A meal baked into hope and a promise that our unity extends to every empty belly." Lyra closed her eyes, inhaling the crisp air laced with the scent of earth and grain. "Thank you, Tory. Your labors make this possible." Amid the bustle, Elora arrived with the healer's circle, rows of simple stretchers, linen rags, jars of salves made from willow bark, lavender, and angelica. Children held lanterns in case evening drills ran late. Father Alden, the neighboring abbey's kindly priest, knelt to bless the ground and the workers. Tall sycamore trees on the field's rim formed an almost temple-like colonnade. "May your hands remain steady," Father Alden intoned, "and your hearts remain true. We pray that this order's resolve shields both body and soul." A hush followed, as each militia member dipped head and hearts in silent vow. Rowan then stepped back to lead the first drill, mastering the shield wall. He paired members into lines of 8, each group forming a serried front with shields locked, spears and staffs held at the ready. He shouted commands: "Advance! Hold! Sidestep!" And the lines moved like living walls, planks of wood and iron interlocked in disciplined unity. Lyra watched with pride, noting how fear in their eyes gave way to fierce determination. Even children peered from behind sycamore trunks, wide-eyed, as their fathers, mothers, and neighbors drilled with purpose. After an hour of rigorous practice, Rowan led them to rest. He addressed the assembled militia. "Remember this formation. It is our shield. Your neighbor's life depends on your steadiness. Stay close, move as one, and your strength will be unbreakable." As the sun climbed high, the group dispersed for midday meals, but Elora urged the militia to visit stations at the infirmary tents. Here, novice healers demonstrated simple wound care, cleaning minor cuts, applying salves that stopped bleeding, and binding burns with comfort poultices. A new cadre of spirit healers guided the militia through breath rituals to quell shock and foster calm, techniques Ambrose had taught from the Keeper's lore. In the afternoon, Jarek and Ambrose gathered an advanced group, those with affinity for magic or keen interest in elemental warding, beside the eastern edge of Corbett's field. They knelt in a circle around a bronze brazier, cinders still warm from ashes of the fire right. Jarek distributed small vials of liquid silver distilled from the elemental well near Stonebridge Hollow, while Ambrose held the scroll of the four stones aloft. Guardians of Grimwood, Ambrose began, voice resonant, we taught the people your protective hymns at Raven's Hollow and the Old Pit. Now, we instruct you in the creation of ward foci, tiny vessels of condensed light to repel dark intrusions. Take a silver vial, place a drop into this brazier's flame, and speak these words. By flame's bright gleam and purest silver's gleam, I bind this ward against each shaded scheme. No shadow pass, no evil tread. This spark of light shall guard where dread once fed. The volunteers leaned close, dropping a single bead of silver into the brazier. Each bead spurted into a brilliant spark, followed by a soft flash of white light. The volunteers scooped the resulting molten bead into small clay molds, breathing life into each ward focus. These tiny metal orbs, once cooled, would be sealed into amulet pouches or embedded into militia emblems. Ambrose cautioned the new ward bearers, should you sense a chill, a flickering gloom, or a whisper where none should exist, hold the focus aloft. Its light will reveal shadows and dispel their grasp. By early evening, the first cohort of the Order of the Golden Wreath, numbering nearly 200, stood armored with newly forged brass helms and green cloaks pinned with gold spirals. Their discipline, honed through day-long drills and spiritual wards, was unmistakable. Caldwell, returning from his summit meeting at Hymir Citadel, arrived to witness their formation. He rode his mount along the rope perimeter, nodding approvingly. You have done well, Lyra. Grimwood's defenses take shape faster than I dared hope. The council will see that this valley stands ready. Lyra stepped forward, kneeling to accept a silver focus from Ambrose. The keeper's fires burn bright in every heart here, she said. Now we bind our strength to keep his oath alive. Caldwell dismounted and rapped his staff on the ground. Today, we celebrate resilience. Tomorrow, we will need it again, for the officers of the Interbarony Summit return news of unrest. The Drakenwood barony to the east faces a rebellion among its own sheriffs, and rumors spread that Highland raiders have crossed the Stormreach Marsh headed westward. Grimwood must be both sanctuary and bulwark. The Golden Wreath is our pledge that we stand ready to protect our home. A cheer rose from the militia, echoing across the fields and reaching the distant village lanes. Children, watching from wooden fence posts, clapped with delight, their eyes shining with admiration for their parents' courage. In the distance, fires burned on the village outskirts, signaling lantern-lit celebrations of the day's success and the valley's renewed sense of community. That night, Lyra found herself drawn to the western wing's balcony, where moonlight glinted on the silver sigils etched into the marble balcony railing. The fields below spread like silver waves under the harvest moon, and the guardian oak at the old pit's edge glowed faintly in the lunar glow. Her thoughts were a tapestry of hope and caution. Grimwood's spirit had risen time and again from darkness, but the world beyond the valley's borders teemed with new challenges. The Keeper's Pact had been renewed, the militia formed, and the council's laws were strong, but the valley's story was far from over. Ambrose joined her quietly, leaning on the railing beside her. "You look burdened," he observed, his voice low. "Though every trial we face reminds me that this land's spirit endures, I know the weight of guardianship falls heaviest on you." Lyra gave a half-smile, staring at the endless fields. "I worry for Grimwood's neighbors and for those we appointed as ward guardians. The word of the Hymir summit is troubling, alliances fracture if not tended carefully. And the Drakenwood unrest might spill into our hills, whether as refugees or as threats. We must be vigilant." Ambrose nodded in understanding, placing a hand on her shoulder with the gentlest pressure. "We will meet those storms as we have met all others together." The Keeper's enduring presence reminds us that compassion is stronger than steel. Even if Highland raiders come or troubles flow from neighboring baronies, this valley stands as a beacon of unity. Our order will stand guard, and our council's voice will advocate peace. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the moonlit breeze to brush her face. "Do you think we will ever see a time when Grimwood is known not for its trials, but for its triumphs?" Ambrose's lips twitched in a rare smile. "Every moment of peace is a triumph to be cherished. As for days when our story is one of simple prosperity, younger generations may ask of Corovin as children now ask of ancient monsters, was there really a time we were so divided? And your name will be spoken as the one who guided them into light. That is the legacy you are forging, daughter of mercy." Lyra opened her eyes, meeting his steady gaze. "Then let us keep the light burning, no matter what comes. For both the seen and the unseen, I vow to guard Grimwood's soul." Ambrose stepped back, his silhouette framed by the moon as he replied, "And I vow to stand at your side, scribe of our future, keeper of lore, and friend in every shadow we face." Below them, the fields were silent except for the rustle of tall grasses and the distant bleat of a shepherd's flock. The guardian oak stood sentinel in its silver halo, a silent oath of unwavering guardianship. Though Grimwood's journey had been marked by darkness, tonight, under the harvest moon, the valley rested in promise, its heart a beacon of hope, its spirit a guardian of tomorrow. Thus closed the 11th chapter of Lyra's saga, forging alliances with the Keeper, raising vigilant defenders, and preparing for the wider world's uncertainties. Through unity, compassion, and unwavering resolve, the people of Grimwood would confront whatever storm rose beyond their ridges, carrying the light of the Four Flames into a future yet unwritten. In the grey light of early dawn, a sense of purposeful momentum filled Grimwood's valley. The Order of the Golden Wreath stood at attention along the main thoroughfare outside Corrovin Manor, their cloaks bearing the Keeper's spiral gleaming like molten gold and emerald in the morning mist. Though the fields behind them lay quiet in the hush before the harvest, the valley's heart beat with vigilance. Today, the militia would escort Lyra, Elora, and Ambrose to the western border where Highland refugees and bandit raids alike threatened the fragile calm Grimwood fought so ardently to preserve. Lord Caldwell, standing before his men and advisers, addressed the gathered company with solemn resolve. Today, we venture beyond our wardenship to offer aid and safeguard the innocent, both villagers and those who fled storms beyond our hills. The gifts we carry, grain, cloth, and healing salves are symbols of our promise, peace, bounded by our willingness to defend it. Nearby, Lyra adjusted the straps of her saddlebag, which held the scroll of the Four Stones, a small iron casket of ward foci made with the keeper's blessing, and her reflection mirror at her boot. Though her eyes were bright with determination, she felt the weight of this final journey, reuniting fractured neighbors, forging alliances that would secure Grimwood's future beyond its ridges. Elora, poised on the next horse, turned to Lyra. "Remember, my child, in hearts too, we plant seeds of reconciliation. There will be those who resent our intervention, seeing it as interference. Meet them with compassion first, strength when you must." Ambrose rode at Lyra's right, staff in hand and robes gleaming with runic threads. "Beyond the border, magic is viewed with suspicion," he warned softly. "Use restraint. Let the ward foci speak for our goodwill. If violence comes, we must stand firm, but only as a last resort." At Caldwell's signal, the column moved out. Rowan and Lysandra led the flanks with reprisal squads of watchers at each 4 riders. A dozen wagons followed, laden with food, blankets, medicinal herbs, and tools for rebuilding. Children waved from village gates, their bright laughter trailing after the riders. As the procession wound through harvested fields and past newly planted sapling groves, Lyra felt an echo of her earliest journeys, embarking on a mission fraught with uncertainty, yet buoyed by the promise of renewal. By midday, Grimwood's western border loomed, rolling foothills that dropped into a narrow valley leading to Stormreach Marsh. Here, refugees camped in ragged clusters of lean-tos patched with canvas and bark. They arrived weeks ago, fleeing highland wars that had consumed their homesteads, and now struggled to eke out meager sustenance from a land unfamiliar and fraught with bandits. Their eyes widened at the sight of the orderly procession, disciplined ranks of militia, their bright cloaks a stark contrast to the refugees' threadbare garments. Lyra dismounted and stepped forward, offering a kindly greeting. "Friends of the Keeper, we bring sustenance and shelter. Grimwood welcomes those who seek aid." She held out a crate of fresh bread from Tory Moss's ovens and a satchel of apples harvested at Corbett's field. Some refugees hesitated, distrust flickering within their eyes. Others accepted the offerings gratefully, tears in their voices as they tasted nourishment for the first time in days. Marched ahead by Rowan and Lysandra, Laureline Elder, a refugee matriarch with silver-streaked hair, approached with cautious dignity. "Grimwood's people show mercy when others raise swords," she said softly. "We have heard stories of your valley's rebirth. Yet some here fear bandits, not we. How can we trust these soldiers and their golden banners?" Elora smiled gently, stepping forward. "Not all bandits wear iron. Some bandits are hunger, fear, and despair. We bring more than arms, we bring hope and a promise of protection. Those who wish to settle here as farmers, fishermen, or craftsmen shall find honest work in Grimwood's communities. But should any seek to exploit this valley's generosity, they will meet the Keeper's shield and the sword of justice." As they spoke, Ambrose moved among the refugees, distributing ward foci and explaining their use, a tiny pendant that, when held aloft, revealed hidden threats and repelled corrupt magic. One young boy, clutching a single silver orb, held it up tentatively. A faint glow flickered from the orb, and the boy's eyes widened. A smile curved his lips as he realized he had become part of the valley's covenant. To demonstrate the keeper's goodwill in a practical way, Caldwell ordered his militia to set up a temporary granary, a simple wooden structure erected from reclaimed timbers, where refugees could store grain donated by Grimwood's farmers. Marian Frost directed her artisans to fashion crude barrels from oak staves, filling them with salted meats and dried fish from Elm's Edge. Thaddeus Yarrow supervised the communal fields, refugees and Grimwood villagers working side by side, teaching Highlanders how to sow seeds suited to the valley's soil. Children from both groups raced through the newly plowed furrows, laughter mingling like birdsong. By dusk, as the full moon climbed over rolling hills, a council among the leaders took place near the granary's hearth. Caldwell, Elder Laureline, Lyra, and Ambrose sat on rough-hewn benches while refugees gathered on straw bales and leaning stones. Caldwell spoke first, voice warm and measured. "Grimwood's doors are open, but we must define our terms so that trust may flourish. Anyone wishing to reside within our borders must swear to uphold our laws, no dark magic, no banditry, and protection of the valley's pacts. In return, you shall receive land to till or a place within our communities to practice your crafts. Let this pact guide us." Elder Laureline nodded solemnly. "We accept Grimwood's terms. Once, our ancestors worshipped the keeper beside you. War drove us from our hearth-hold. Now perhaps, under your watchful gaze, we may find a new home and renew old alliances." Ambrose stood and raised his staff. "Then let us seal this pact with the chant of hearth and harvest, an incantation older than any of us. Repeat after me. By hearth's warm glow and harvest's yield, we bind together, land and field. May no ill curse these gardens shared. Our debts repaid when hearts are spared." Caldwell, Lyra, Elder Laureline, and the murmuring crowd echoed the chant in unison. As they recited the final words, a soft glow spread from Ambrose's staff into the hearth's embers, which blazed bright orange and gold. The granary's walls seemed to hum with energy, as if blessing flowed into every plank and every stored sheaf within. Under the moonlit sky, refugees and villagers embraced, laughter mingling with tears of relief and joy. A simple repast followed, bowls of vegetable stew enriched with root vegetables and wild herbs, fresh baked bread, and small portions of honeyed cheese. Despite their weariness, all ate and shared stories of home tales of rough highland brooks, of song-filled mead halls, of summers spent in golden fields. Grimwood's children listened wide-eyed, forming bonds with newcomers whose dialects and customs differed but whose laughter felt familiar. When the first embers of dawn glowed pink on the horizon, Lyra found herself outside the granary's entrance. The moon faded, and a new sun rose to reveal children, village and refugee holding hands as they ran barefoot across pastures, scattering leftover grain to feed the valley's wildlife. In that moment, she felt a culmination of every trial, the keeper's pact renewed, Corovin's tyranny vanquished, the root fiend's defeat, bandit threats repelled, and now, a community harmonized even with its former strangers. She closed her eyes, letting the dawn's warmth wash over her. Elora approached, bearing a cup of steaming herbal tea. "You look at peace," she observed, handing Lyra the cup. "But I know this is not the end, just the beginning of a more complex peace." Lyra smiled, sipping the tea. "I feel peace in my bones, mother." Still, Ambrose cautions that sustaining this alliance not only with Highland refugees but with neighboring baronies will require vigilance and compassion. "We have roots now that extend beyond Grimwood's borders. We must nourish them." Elora's gaze followed the children chasing fireflies in the waning mist. "Then let this granary stand as a symbol, our valley's promise to those who seek refuge. But let no eye ever again close on the keeper's needs, or the flame will flicker out." Lyra nodded, placing a hand on her mother's shoulder. "I will never forget. And I know, deep in my heart, that so long as we walk in the keeper's light, no darkness can take root." Weeks later, as early snows dusted the standing wheat and the first ice formed along Raven's Hollow's edges, Grimwood settled into something approaching a lasting peace. Caldwell convened another council meeting to formalize the bond with the Highlanders, now settled in Elm's Etch. A joint decree, signed by refugees and villagers alike, pledged mutual defense, shared resources, and a commitment to preserve the keeper's rights each harvest. By agreeing to bear arms alongside Grimwood's militia, they strengthened defenses against marauders pressing south from Stormreach Marsh. In the aftermath, Caldwell's envoys conducted trade negotiations with Drakenwood Barony, forging a protective trade pact for grain surplus in exchange for warding materials rare quartz crystals mined from the eastern ridges to bolster Grimwood's Mage's Alcove. Negotiations remained tense, a few baronial lords chafed at sharing with Grimwood's newfound prosperity, but the keeper's legacy carried by Lyra, Ambrose, and the council prevailed through diplomacy and the demonstration of Grimwood's unwavering unity. Ambrose's Mage's Alcove opened beside Corrovin Manor's rebuilt east wing, where apprentices studied not only protective warding but also the ancient art of spirit healing. Elder healers and apprentices, guided by Elora's wisdom, illuminated how compassion and magic could intersect, soothing trauma and binding fractures both of body and of destiny. Practices once hidden or feared under tyranny were now shared openly, their purposes illuminated by trust. Rowan's militia, now numbering 500, found new purpose as guardians of peace, patrolling the rifle keep's forested passes, escorting supply wagons to Drakenwood's outpost, and teaching obstinate bandits the value of honest labor. Their green and gold cloaks became familiar sights beyond Grimwood's borders, a symbol that, where once they feared Grimwood's darkness, their neighbors now respected its guardians. Marion and Thaddeus, liaison elders, helped coordinate relief for a minor flood that battered the southern fields, organizing teams to rebuild levees, erect temporary bridges, and share the corn. Stores from the granary built at the harvest festival. These efforts demonstrated that in Grimwood, no one straw snapped under the weight of adversity alone. Neighbors upheld one another, as the keeper's spirit intended. On the eve of the first winter solstice after the keeper's redemption, Lyra gathered with Caldwell and Ambrose at the old pit's mound, now yew trees studding its summit. The guardian stones glowed one last time, echoing the four elements unified in peace. Families bundled in furs offered candles and reflections, Parents lit wax tapers at the mound's edge to honor departed ancestors. Children placed small pebbles inscribed with wishes for next year's growth, and elders murmured blessings on the wind. As a silvery blue beam of moonlight descended upon the throne stone once the root fiend's prison, Lyra knelt in reverence. She felt the keeper's presence in the crisp night air, a gentle warmth that spread from her chest to every fingertip. Caldwell placed a hand on her shoulder, his own gaze reflecting the light. You have led us through every trial, Lyra. Tonight, may this moonlight guide you, as you have guided us. Lyra rose, offering her final words as the cleaving chant of farewell to darkness, a vow to prosperity. Keeper of hearth and harvest, your faithful have spoken true. Through fire, water, air, and earth, we stand renewed. May this valley's spirit endure as long as shadows flee the glow we hold in union. With every seed that sprouts, and every heart that forgives, we honor your presence and guard your gift. Let only light bloom from soil once soaked by tears. As she finished, the wind carried her hymn across the valley, and the guardian stones pulsed with approval and affirmation that the keeper's spirit would remain vigilant as long as the people remembered his sacred charge. Far below, within Korovin Manor's walls repurposed for governance and learning, candles flickered in windows, and villagers huddled in warm gatherings, celebrating renewal through music, dance, and tables heaped with roasted root vegetables and sweet honey cakes. In the quiet that followed, Lyra and Ambrose stood atop the mound, beneath wreathed lanterns that glowed like captive stars. Ambrose placed his hand over Lyra's, and together they watched the horizon where pale moonlight met the snow-tipped ridges. A soft snow began to fall, settling upon the stones, the saplings, and the fields. Each flake seemed to carry an echo of gratitude, land and spirit in harmony. Lyra breathed deeply, the cold air filling her lungs with the valley's renewed promise. It is finished, she whispered. Every trial laid to rest, every ancient debt repaid. Grimwood's heart will never again be without its keeper. Ambrose smiled, snowflakes settling upon his dark robes. The keeper lives in every hearth and every seed. His light now guides generations who will never know the darkness we overcame. That is our legacy, a valley reborn, its destiny bound to compassion and unity. As snow blanketed the mound and the valley below, Lyra felt a sense of completeness she had never known. Korovin's shadow had been banished, the root fiend's hatred quelled, and Grimwood's enemies turned neighbors. The four elements, fire's warmth, water's flow, air's breath, and earth's embrace had converged to forge a covenant as enduring as the valley itself. In that moment, under the quiet glow of lanterns and falling snow, Lyra knew the story of Grimwood would be told for centuries, how the keeper had been forgotten and reclaimed, how a young girl's heart guided an entire valley, and how unity, mercy, and memory triumphed over tyranny and despair. And as long as these truths endured in the hearts of the people, the valley's spirit would remain unbroken, a beacon of hope in a world where even the darkest shadows could be melted by the light of compassion. Thus concluded the tale of Grimwood, a testament to the power of renewal, a tribute to the keeper's watchful eyes, and a promise that, in unity, no darkness can ever seize a land that honors both earth and spirit. Title: The Keeper's Covenant, the Four Flames of Grimwood. Description: in the land of Grimwood, a once thriving valley has fallen under the iron rule of Magistrate Corvin, whose tyranny poisoned the land, silenced ancient rites, and bound its people in fear. When a brave orphan named Lyra, a child of prophetic sight and gentle courage, uncovers the truth behind Corvin's dark magic, she embarks on a fateful quest to resurrect the long-forgotten packs of the Four Flames: fire, water, air, and earth. Guided by the spirit of Serenia, the first victim of Corvin's cruelty, Lyra navigates haunted oakwoods and hidden catacombs to recover relics of power. With each recovered flame rekindling ancient altars and freeing restless spirits, she draws together a diverse fellowship: Elora, her compassionate mother; Ambrose, a wise mage; Captain Rowan, a disillusioned soldier turned protector, and a growing band of villagers eager to reclaim their home. As they chase whispers of the Keeper, Grimwood's guardian spirit, they confront the Root Fiend, a primordial darkness born of broken vows and buried resentment. When the Keeper finally awakens, resentful of centuries-long neglect, Lyra and her allies must orchestrate a grand festival of harvest, uniting refugees, artisans, and farmers under the Keeper's watchful gaze. As unexpected alliances form and external threats rise from neighboring baronies, the people of Grimwood learn that true peace requires more than breaking a tyrant's chains; it demands a renewed covenant between land and folk, forgiveness for ancient betrayals, and the unyielding courage to face whatever storms lie beyond their borders. The Keeper's Covenant is an epic tale of renewal and unity, where compassion wields as much power as steel, and a single child's promise becomes the light that guides a fractured valley back to hope.